How do you like that test track, Ghost? Do you appreciate the work I put in to make that map a fucking nightmare? Trail sniped me on that the last time because I balanced time attack wrong by accident. And actually, Trail has a ghost that was submitted, and I told Trail to remove it. That is even harder than the one that I put on that map, because Trail actually, like, stat switched for it. And I played against it for an hour, and I was like, this is impossible to beat unless you stat match. It's that close. So I told Trail to take it off. You're playing an easier version of what we could have given you. So just, you know, some appreciation for you. So, do I feel like turning on a camera today? I don't know. My eyes are very dry, and I feel super unattractive, and I have a plastic cup full of 25% lemon vodka and 75% apple juice. And I've been advised to drink it slowly, because definitely 25% of this cup is 35% ABV. So that's cool. Going to use this deaf opportunity to tell you that 2.4 is Elder God tier and you cooked like nobody has ever cooked before. I'm glad most people seem to be enjoying it, and that most of the things that didn't work, or like didn't work for certain groups of people, we kind of knew about. Where's my display capture? Can I fucking turn this thing on? There you go. So I got my code environment in the back, and I got the patch notes in the front, and let's pick out some music. How are we feeling about... Death Egg, of course. Oh, definitely. Hold on. High voltage tracks. I guess we can just... I sometimes forget that Ring Racers has like a soundtrack, and that I'm large portions of it. So, I don't really have a plan for today. I'm gonna be real with you. My plan at this moment, I might post this in, like, Heart Crew as a non-announcement. Just like, hey y'all. Going over patch notes for fun. That'll work. Making my maps 20% smaller retroactively to mimic how I thought that SPB Cup patch was funny. How many fucking times? Okay, if I just, like, scroll down these patch notes. By the way, we love this scroll bar, right? Yeah, there we go. Enlarged. Sonic Speedway, Scarlet Gardens, Kodachrome Void, and Chemical Facility. The Sonic Speedway change was a relatively minor one, and I think, like, it took that map from, like, weirdly punishing for Ring Cup to, like, one of my overall favorites, for sure. Oh hey, we fixed the Hot Crater for Hot Shelter shit in the patch. That's funny. I will no longer feel worried about trying to drag a non-freak beast into an evening of karting. Did our best! That's the hope. I think the change that I like the most in this update is just the rebalancing of Gear 1, which is like a shockingly simple set of rules to make it extremely, like, more friendly. Deadline could have worked, like... Deadline is in a tricky spot because the person who worked on it was just not tuned into the game anymore and wasn't maintaining it. And if you're going to do, like, set pieces that inherit player momentum instead of using stuff like dash rings to move the player around, which give them set momentum and angle, then you have to be pretty tuned into the ways that players can, like, reach unusual speeds and have, like, fail-safes or bailout paths available. I'm not a mapper, though. I don't know a lot about that, to be honest. My role, in case it was ever unclear, sipping on this vodka and apple juice mixture like I'm fucking 10 years old and an alcoholic at the same time. My role on Ring Racers at large, and especially 2.4, was as a gameplay designer and programmer. And I took care of a lot of housekeeping tasks in the meantime, but my focus was mainly, like, I mean, I'll just go through and I'll talk about my role in each of the new things, because, man, there are stories, you know? This is my favorite fucking block in the entire patch notes. Like, hey, these patch notes are as long as shit. If you're new, please go away. Because I just really wanted to make sure it's this is the truth. It leaves a little bit like marketing copy, but it's the truth. I wanted to gobsmack people with this scroll bar because, like, I kind of feel like a year-long update process deserves nothing less. And going over, like, a lot of the particular design areas and pain points we wanted to address in, like, high detail. I just like doing it, and I appreciate when other developers do it, and, like, getting to be placed into their headspace for some stuff. First race I played was a 9-minute duel with Laz on Mirage Saloon. Duel is almost entirely me. The graphics and the fucking... Oni and I worked together on the graphics in that, like, I had ideas and then Oni pushed all of the pixels because I have the fucking visual acuity of a mole. And actually, the code for the Puyo icons is some of the worst code that has ever been written. If I go, like, PR nuisance in here... I'm actually gonna fucking... We'll like, slide this out. PR nuisance. Okay, here's the comment. Dog shit. Should have just figured out how to do log-based 5 and C++. However, I think this works anyway. I did my best to comment this, but the algorithm is honestly just bad and hard to reason about. Please don't try to maintain this, just yell at me if it needs any adjustments. This is like, here's my microcosm of how everything that I do for this game turns out to be fucking more fucked up than I expected. Because if you look at, like, we wanted to use all of the garbage symbols from fucking Puyo Puyon, or whatever the fuck. And as it turns out, that game has a super irregular garbage table. So, like, just generating a fucking number that, like... So I wanted the symbols in the center of the dual HUD to, like, consistently map to some amount of margin boost in a way that was easy to fucking track at like, a glance, where every 3 levels of margin boost, the leading symbol goes up by 1. And that's not really how the fucking, like, if you do linear or exponential or whatever increases to, like, the quote-unquote number of garbage Puyo, following the Puyon garbage table, it doesn't behave like that. And so I had to manufacture, like, plausible-looking stacks of garbage. And as it turns out, the reason that Puyon has a highly irregular garbage table is because it has, like, 70 symbols. And so if it follows, like, consistent rules throughout the table, it exceeds 64-bit integer limits on the number of garbage Puyo. And I only realized this halfway through programming it, so I have some horrible concept of most significant Puyo. And it's just, oh my god. What are you talking about? What the fuck? What? But yeah, fucking bad code for what I think ended up being a good effect. I really like those stacks of symbols, and I'm kind of waiting for people to see the final symbol set in an actual match play context, because there's a lot of them. I don't know why Oni decided to do all of them. Well, I know why, because it was fucking based, but, you know. Okay, let's put on fucking this. This is gonna be rambly, by the way. I'm sure you have noticed. If you didn't already suspect that this was gonna be like semi-coherent, then you know now, having listened to that shit. But oh, hello. But I am definitely like the bags under my eyes have bags under their eyes. So just understand that that's where I'm coming from here. Furthest I've seen was Circus Tent. Highest symbol I've seen in a legit duel is Saturn. We do have one symbol that does not appear in Puyon at the very end. Yeah, it's the Shao symbol. So, basically, a couple people freaked out about this, and I changed the wording a little bit shortly after the patch went live. Basically, the set of tools we used to cross-compile for Linux and Windows, because fucking, of course, our entire compilation setup on Windows is like an extremely fake pretend Linux environment that happens to fucking produce Windows executables by accident. That environment is like phasing out the 32-bit tooling, and like if you install a new fucking install of MinGW right now, you're actually not even going to get start menu shortcuts for the 32-bit environment that we recommend you use for building the program. For basically everyone who plays the game, the practical upshot is that if you are still on a 32-bit operating system somehow, then the next update, you will probably be on your own with regards to getting the game running. Probably there will be, like, community builds, people trying to fucking set it up for 32-bit. But we're probably only going to distribute 64-bit builds. We did a lot of behind-the-scenes toolchain work that isn't in this update, but will be in the next one, provided we actually do it. And as far as Windows 10 support, it's just that I can't fucking predict what Microsoft is going to do with 10 or 11, honestly. It's like, this is the least technical description of the problem. Windows 10 will likely continue working fine, but no guarantees. That's... It's very non-technical, but it's real. I am one of the, like, unicorns who thinks that Windows 11 is the best version of Windows, too, so you'll get no sympathy from me, to be honest. 30% of Microsoft code is now written by AI, and the task manager goes down. I don't even believe that 30% number. Fucking, I ask ChatGPT to do, like, Google spreadsheet formulas, because I don't remember the syntax of the fucking Lambda shit. And it just invents functions out of thin air. And it's like, oh, good. Those are the loud failures, the ones that are debuggable because the fucking program just doesn't work. How about the quiet failures, where it, like, the code runs and looks like it does the thing that it's supposed to do but doesn't do it? I'm not gonna sit here and say that the tools have no relevance, but, like, you really gotta treat them like an extremely dumb junior dev. I will say that the progressive enshittification of search engines has made LLMs kind of, like, disturbingly relevant in terms of, like, learning new topics where you don't know the jargon associated to search. So it's only a matter of time before we start putting ads into fucking large language models as well. And the enshittification wheel turns. So, right, ring racers. This is a fucking old clip that Oni dev leaked from when we were working on Ring Burst. I appreciate that a couple of people have messaged me like, you fucking put Burst in a kart racer? Tails, you had Burst. Both Ring Bale and Ring Burst were tuned pretty conservatively. And if you played the early release candidates, you probably have an understanding of why that is. Because when Bale is strong, the game becomes a little bit less good. You kind of, like, mutually assured destruction people by dropping yourself to -20 and say, like, hey, if you don't drop to -20, I'll be faster than you. And so everybody in the room has to decide whether to, like, try and overtake later or immediately push button play a worse version of the game. But Veil and Burst are definitely necessary evils for the way that we set up amps, and to a lesser extent, the, like, hyper-inflated backpack ring box payouts. And it's definitely, by design, set up to be one of those weird entangled tools, where, like, there are a lot of considerations for its basic application, but you can just regular drive without using it at all, and you're probably fine. So I'll skip the summary, because I'm gonna be going through everything, I think. So, in race game types, dealing damage to other players grants amps, a backup reserve of electric charge. I think it's really confusing that I haven't seen a kart racer or an item racer generally just directly grant speed for good offense. Because I have always kind of felt like playing a standard kart racer, a lot of the tools at your disposal mostly serve to ruin other people's position rather than advance your own, and it's like a big contributor to the crab bucket feeling, where clumped together players just drag each other down. So this is kind of intended to give people escape velocity out of crowded attack situations, and I think in general it's working pretty well for that. Were amps inspired by the boost system in Burnout games? Probably somewhere on some deep level. I played a lot of Burnout Revenge as a kid, but I wouldn't say that it was a direct inspiration. Can you choose the Crossworld? God damn it. I don't want to talk about the design of Crossworlds today. They're doing a different thing, and everybody who hates what we're doing probably fucking is fine with what they're doing. And more power to them. I design one game, and I play the other. And I think... I don't know, man. Variance is crazy. Bottom text. So, the specific activation method of amps is when you drop to 0 rings, and specifically if you are in control of your cart when you drop to 0 rings, you need to release your item button before it activates. And that stipulation, like a lot of other things, is mostly intended to cover the really common play pattern of dumping your rings as you approach a big stack of rings on the floor. People were getting a lot of, like, mistaken amp activations until I added that condition, and like a lot of behavior with the item button trying to help you with your intent, it created some weird tech that I think is a little bit unintuitive to pick up at first, but, like, a couple reps and the system, like, makes sense at its edges a little bit more. I believe we also, like, cover the precise activation requirements in the new items tutorial, so not super worried about it. The 0 ring activation is kind of for 2 reasons. One is because I think it's fun to do, like, push-pull, entangled, like, activation conditions for this kind of stuff, where, like, in order to use this resource, you have to place yourself into kind of a different state. And the other is that it was meant to be a protective layer that happens sort of automatically for players who are struggling to manage their rings or, like, drowning in, like, combo situations, where even if they don't know about the mechanic, it will help them at points where they're, like, vulnerable. And of course, because we're fucking freaks and sickos, instead of making this system like, oh, you get a ring reward when you hit players with items, we made it a whole new fucking shit that I think is, like, the broad application is pretty straightforward, but, like, the subtleties and edge cases give it a very particular set of considerations. And also, of course, rapid speed changes are one of the fucking... It's part of the flavor of the game, I'd say. One of the things that we do that not many other item racers allow for is, like, seriously insane player speed adjustments in a way that I think that has fallen largely out of favor. And so providing people with the crack button, it felt good in early design, and I tried to keep as much of that potency in as we approached final, because always the design process for this game is start fun, then tune it down to balanced later, if it's necessary. But amps are pretty cool, I think. How many fucking people didn't know that it specifically improves your speed while ring boosting as well? Yeah, trailing players get more amps for hitting leading players. This one is just really straightforward. Fucking frontrunners have, like, a completely cracked out defensive toolkit. We deliberately give them, like, borderline unfair trap item options, and so receiving, like, the same kinds of rewards that people receive for taking, like, difficult, like, low EV fights in the middle of the pack would just have been really frustrating. Fucking pit blame. It's funny as hell. We already had that technology for battle where if somebody is out of control from your item hit and then crosses a boundary, they get hit. Pretend that you can't block pit blame damage with barrier, by the way. Just pretend that doesn't exist. I didn't fix that in time. I think it's got a little flavor. I think it's one of the tricky things about designing a game where, like, a lot of the core appeal is, like, getting to grips with the mechanics and learning to, like, use everything at your disposal slowly over time, is the player feeling of, like, this unintuitive interaction is really powerful and I feel really rewarded for using it, versus, like, the developer feeling of, what the fuck are people gonna think if they find this and don't understand it? And I'd say that, like, being able to block pit damage with the battle barrier is, like, one of the more harmless examples of that, but still probably shouldn't be in the game. And yeah, explicit punish window for people charging insta-whip. This is one of those things that it's weird to me that it took me so long to figure it out. Like, I feel like this should have occurred to me, like, months before RC1 instead of, like, in the middle of the release candidate cycle. But, I mean, I write it here. Interrupting or punishing a whip was usually neutral for the defender at best and massively punishing it worse. Insta-whip is a powerful tool and should have proportional risk for the attacker. Whip is, like, it's simultaneously a design solution and a series of design problems, right? Because Insta-Whip's existence kind of serves a similar function as, like, the deterministic item roulette, where it's just, okay, no matter how bad the situation you're in is, you have a tool that will technically allow you to defend yourself and fight your way out of it. That's why it hits grow players, that's why it hits invincible players. That's why it gives on-demand iframes in, like, a game where that ability is completely batshit insane. I don't know who did the new Staff Ghost for Springyard, but I really hope they do an insta-whip skip on one of the Mace Hazards. I did that in the 2.0 Staff Ghost, and I saw a couple people find that and go, what the fuck, you can do this? And that's what the Staff Ghost should be doing, IMO. There's 5 L-Dog targeted nerfs in these patch notes, I think. Not just L-Dog, it's... A big benefit of the release candidate phase is that, like, the reduced staff that we're doing this with is not all strong players. Most people on dev are, like... They're either, like, asset or code contributors that don't actually play all that much, or they're, like, motivated but just okay players, and this is not a moral judgment about anyone, it's a fucking video game. And so, bringing this set of changes that is in large part intended for, like, competition play to competition players, and immediately seeing what people do with it, was pretty valuable in terms of, like, rapid tuning. Because there's a thing that happens, right, where you're making a game, and presumably you know what's fun about it, and so you play that way because, like, fun is based. And then you give the game to people who do not have, like, the same inside and out design sense for the thing that you've built, and they go in different directions, and you go, huh, I didn't think about that. And basically, that process happening repeatedly over and over and over again in the long tail of 2.3 is a lot of what motivated 2.4's changes to increase position stability by a significant amount. I appreciate that we chose this video for Ringbale, by the way. Just such a tight encapsulation of the thing that happens to you when you use this tool. Look at this fucking stupid shit. Goodbye, Sakura. So, Ringbale. I actually did not do the majority of the work on Bale. I did a trial implementation to see how it affected gameplay, and then almost all of the, like, final implementation was handled by Ashnell. And then, of course, like, because of things that were actually mostly my fault, related to, like, auxiliary systems, it was horrendously broken and needed to be fixed, like, 4 times during the RC cycle. Eto bue. Happens, right? So Ringbale is very much a concession to the AMP activation method, and also, like, to a lesser extent, insta-whip activation, although we did give it the long whip delay. And I think, like, maybe Bale whip delay could get tuned down a little bit in the future, but I wanted to leave it high for now because I think that, like, I mean, it was really obvious in the first couple of release candidates that we had just massively underestimated what people were willing or capable to do with this tool. And so I think leaving it tuned a little bit low and seeing how things work out is probably a lot healthier for the game in the broad strokes. Because it's definitely, right now it's definitely intended to be a back foot tool, unless you're, like, using it on the final stretch. Burst especially. Burst is like, you get to skip a lot of long loss of control sequences, but then the fucking moments immediately afterward are pretty scary. So, Bale. Press button, spend all of your rings at once, drop your item. You are stunned until you have dropped the number of rings that you boosted with, plus, like, a couple of seconds. Very high vulnerability state. Technically, the window while you're bailing with that golden flash that you see here is, like, briefly invulnerable. And that's just, like, for anti-frustration, because you are literally frozen in place while you're doing it. But I'm sure people are gonna start fucking applying that in disgusting ways in the future. Ring Burst is the real shit. Canceling that tumble that would have sent you, like, all the way down the fucking Starlight ramp. Those are the uses where I think it has, like, the broadest general utility. And it's fun because it moves you from, like... This is the thing that convinced me that this should stay, is that it moves you from a state of, like, disadvantage in loss of control to disadvantage in control. Where, like, we have given you enough rope to hang yourself in this situation, but by putting the player back in control, it's now their responsibility when bad things happen to them. And the ability to put yourself back in control means that, like, a lot of the time you're now actively thinking about how you should handle taking a hit immediately. Kind of the same idea as, like, the juice box technical recovery stuff, if anybody remembers that from V1, where the focus is really to, like, move the player's brain away from the bad thing that's happening to them. And of course, sometimes there are just, like, completely ludicrous loss of control states that happen in this game because we give the player, like, uncapped speed in a lot of circumstances. So if you genuinely get tumbled to the moon, like, this normalizes that type of hit a bit. Yeah, it's funny stuff. It did necessitate the respawn input being moved to a combo. Ashnell wanted to get this onto a macro button, but didn't have time. Potentially an area of interest for the future. I've seen one or two people talk about the default controls keyboard ghosting them for this combo input, which fucking blows ass. I wish we didn't have to cover for that, but it happens. Dude, I gotta, like, turn on a fan and open a window. I have had, like, 2 sips of this vodka. Ah, cool air. Yeah. Checkpoints. So, EXP is a fucking fascinating system to me. Because if it had been entirely up to me, this whole system would have been invisible. There was a part of me that wanted to set this up so that all of the odds adjustments that happen are, like, completely under the hood and never displayed to the player. But a handful of the other devs pushed for this being, like, an explicit scoring system to, like, smooth out stuff like lap bonus in Grand Prix and provide people with, like, kind of an objective thing they can point to and say, like, well, even if I got screwed at the very end, I think I did all right. I got 114 or whatever. And I think that's doing good stuff. But I still wonder if it's, like, too much information to expose to the player, because I've already seen a handful of conspiracy theories. But yeah, the basic idea, the inner workings of the system are that if you drive in front, near the front, at the start of the race, you are building up improved item odds that will kick in when you fall behind to make sure that you have a better shot at retaking your position than people who were struggling when you were driving well. It is a bit of a rich get richer system, and of everything in the patch, I expected it to be the most polarizing, which is why it is one of the rare options where we have a toggle for it. Frantic items dramatically dampens the system, and, like, also pulls a lot of item distance related values back to 2.3 levels, because a lot of the 2.4 changes are literally just an additional distance scaler mapped on top. I'm just like, man, we have such crusty videos on this fucking site. We wanted to do, like, small videos because they were gonna, like, be auto-playing, like, GIFs. But next time we really gotta, like, record in a higher quality and then downscale. The game's native small recording is not doing people favors. I do want to expose more encoder options for that at some point, but I looked at the relevant area of the code and just don't understand it right now, so haha. Merge requests welcome. What do you mean by conspiracy theories? Mostly the idea that it's impossible to win if you don't take the first checkpoint, honestly. Dude, it's so funny to me. Bots didn't know how to use Ball Hog at all in the initial 2.4 release candidates because Sal was just, like, checked out of the dev process, and, like, more power to her, by the way. When I mention, like, specific people by name, like, Sal is Kid in a bag, and that's great. You guys should play Snap the Sentinel. That shit is hot. But, like, Sal was also the person who knew the most about bot AI. And so, like, after doing the Ball Hog rework, which is fucking great, by the way, love Sal for that, just didn't get to doing bot AI, and so Jug fucking did it for us. after I monkey patched a stupid system to make sure that bots don't roll ball hog and drop it if they have it, because I couldn't figure out how the fuck I wanted to structure it either, and I was busy with 100 fucking other things. The plug is appreciated. Wow, is that the real 7th the Sentinel? You guys at snapgame.net, right? But yeah, it's... Car racers do absolutely have this tricky thing where, like, if you give people all of the tools to advance to first place at all times, then the results of the race rapidly collapse to, like, bad things that happen to you in the last 15 seconds of the race. Oh my god, how did this get here? How strange. That's the only time, okay? That's the only time I'm gonna do that. I'm like 7,600 rating in Crossworlds, and I think the game is largely fun, even if it's designed in a way that's completely alien to me. Just like... Man, what a fucking thing to come out when we're at the tail end of 2.4 development, and it's like, oh! Oh yeah! So yeah, this makes it harder to intentionally play from behind, allows smaller gaps in skill to shine through more often, and limits the crab bucket effect where struggling players drag each other down. Explosive comebacks will be less common, and players who fall behind will need to work their way through the pack rather than relying on power items to immediately cover their mistakes. I think a lot of people maybe don't remember how completely fucked up 2.3 item balance is. Like, you fall one turn behind, and you and the 5 people next to you are invincible. It is rough. High position mobility comes with, like, a very chaotic feeling where I think people's personal idea of whether they drove well was a little bit too disconnected from what is happening to them at any given time. And the other tricky thing, right, is that comeback driving in ring racers is hard, because we change the player's speed in a way that other games don't. You go legitimately really quickly while under the effect of Grow or Invincibility or Rocket Sneakers, or even like a Double Shoe, in a way that, like, requires good driving to fucking make that a good situation for you. And of course, the Gear 1 changes help a lot with that, but in general, just, like, giving people a more modest set of items when they fall behind initially, and letting them actually, like, work their way back up and do so under the standard handling model and controlled bursts of speed, rather than fucking accelerating them to the moon, just seems to work a lot better for a lot of situations. And yeah, no initial items, just because there was a really fucking bad network of rules about what items were allowed to spawn early in the race that restricts the available item spawns a lot anyway. Like, hey man, if I bring up like a developer executable really quickly here. And let's go right. Debug item odds 2. Odds 13, restart level. Oh right, I have fucking sound off so I can actually leave this going. So like the frontrunner roulette is fixed, but if I go to like an actual map, the initial item table is very, very restrictive at the start because of the number of items that would like set up bad status quos if people got them from the first set, which was usually really close. Like, this is only Super Ring and Sneaker, by the way, because the new dynamic roulette rules just don't allow you to pull the weak items in this region. You can see that some of these items are grayed out because they're too weak for the reel that they're in. So sorry that the Lua Roulette MR broke this debug display, by the way. I think I kind of hack jobbed your MR to begin with, because it's just Lua is not my area of expertise, but I was the only one who was going to get that massaged into 2.4, so fucking, I hope I didn't ruin the functionality of any of that. Doing my best. Are you aware of Whip being the only big offensive option at the start and potentially having a big impact? Yes. I actually think a lot about that. And I think in general, like, there are a couple of things that I would like to look at doing in the future if I... Okay, blanket rule for this whole stream. When I say I want to do something in the future, or I've been thinking about something, or I want to try something, that comes with a big asterisk, that is, if I ever fucking open Visual Studio Code for this game at all. Right now, I would like to lie on our fucking burnished concrete floor and stare at the ceiling and think about Mahjong for a while. I am doing this stream as kind of a ritual purge. So just be aware that, like, I expect that smaller releases will probably happen in the future, but understand that we are not planning for shit. Are we getting Mahjong in 2.5? I hope so! Twill keeps fucking suggesting a tile efficiency trainer on the spectator screen. And that's about my thoughts on that. When will you be hosting Community Mahjong again? Gotta dust off the headset for that. One of my favorite songs in the game here, by the way. Yeah, so it's checkpoint splits. This is actually one of those features that I did really, really close to the line. And, like, as it turns out, it does actually have a crash bug in it, but only if you compile the game yourself on certain systems. So, the rule of, like, no new features after X date, I definitely broke it, and it definitely caused a crash regression, but I do really like the way that checkpoint splits came out, especially for Time Attack. Everybody working on Staff Ghosts immediately reported that Time Attack had become more fun with, like, split display. And I'm really happy for that, because the way I did it, I kind of feel like it was a hack job. Fun stuff. So, dual mode! Holy fuck, I love dual so much! Duel is so fucking fun, man. Duel is funny because... So, one thing to note about item distances is that in games below or at 4 players, items are actually significantly more volatile. See previous video for joke. Because the expectation is that you actually have the ability to, like, individually address players who are trying to pass you and, like, disrupt or bump or block or attack them individually, rather than, like, if we gave everybody in an 8-player game the mobility that they have in a 4-player or a 2-player game, then you would get, like, triple overtaken all the time and only be able to answer one player when it happened. So Duel actually has very, very low position stability compared to the rest of the game, which is why it scores in a tug-of-war format, where you do actually need to have played significantly better than your opponent for a long period of time to end a duel. And I think that... I think about this sometimes because I think that duels with, like, a certain skill gap have an overwhelming tendency to end 4-0. And I have some personal ideas for that. But when skills are a little bit closer, I feel like you get a nice mix of, like, intense high advantage back and forth and, like, the margin boost clown zone. So Duel, checkpoint tug-of-war, take 4 more than your opponent to win, no maximum lap count. You race the circuit for as long as you need to until somebody gets 4 up, and if the game goes longer than 3 minutes, the game speed overall starts speeding up. And oh man. Okay, so margin boost is uncapped and unscaled. And I did that because I think it's awesome. And I really hope I get to keep it that way, because it is actually awesome. I posted a screenshot the other day of a couple of devs, like 23 to 21 on Blue Mountain 1, and it was just like every single ice straightaway in a single second. Nobody's drifting anymore. Cuts are getting taken every single lap. The game gets quite fast, I would say. By the way, I left a parameter in the server setup screen. Or is it? It's gameplay options, yeah, under the dual header. That lets you adjust when margin boost starts kicking in. And it, goes kind of low. It actually goes quite low. And quite high, for that matter, if you want to play a fucking 3,600 second duel. What is it? Fucking... What is the C-bar actually called? Control tab. What the fuck do you mean dual time? Oh, my fucking I key double tapped, dude. This keyboard's going and I can't afford to fucking replace it. Ah! No! That's a nice command of the console, by the way, reset. Helps a lot. Just bio-booting. Fucking one of those or a Keychron 8G is tempting, you know? I'm on a weird, like, pagan split keyboard right now, and it serves me pretty well, but the chattering of the Switch, I think I might have to, like, see if I can recompile the firmware with a higher debounce time, which is a little frustrating. We'll see. I might also just have to fucking reflow the solder on a lot of shit, but it's kind of hard for me to tell what's wrong because I thought it was just, like, one key on one half, and now it's happening on both halves. I'm kind of distractible today, sorry. And yeah, fucking, stage striking. This shit, unbelievable. Didn't get a video of this in, but, max players 2, bots 13. Can I switch advertise off here really quickly? I like how UAC just completely killed that. Debug, item odds 0. Exit level. Next race will be Gear 3. Yay! So yeah, we got stage striking. You play the last map that remains. Which I think is pretty based. Oh yeah, I can't fucking pause because I'm in a net game now. Toaster says, stage striking is crazy because it was causing a specific memory bug just because of a completely arbitrary fact of how we set up graphics. Yeah, that little X on the stage striking screen, that same patch is used to mark the location of eliminated players in battle mode. And because that patch was in memory both on the vote screen and in gameplay, the zone memory system completely freaked out when trying to free all the memory from an old game scene. And it was just doing random bullshit accesses on both sides that sometimes completely fucking crashed. Funny stuff. Hey, it's the song! So voice chat. We don't have a video for this one in the patch notes. I kind of feel like I should have dug up the fucking loop video that Eidolon and Oni took to leak the feature. Voice chat is batshit. This was entirely an Eidolon feature, and I kind of can't believe that they did it. Eidolon has actually been so fucking accommodating about this feature, even though, like, it had a bunch of really strange technical issues that are really hard to predict in an environment as small as ours. Like, did you know that your CPU would do 150 times the work if the audio from your microphone was very quiet but not 0? Because of fucking floating point denormals. Chrome loud miking Fire Emblem is like my favorite part of the end of voice chat. Chrome's mic is so bad. Yeah, the procs fall off is very tight because we found it super overwhelming for it to be any higher than it is. If I do like voice underscore, what is it? Fucking control tab? Yeah, what the fuck is voice distance attenuation factor? Okay, yeah, it is an autosave net bar, so servers can adjust this if they need the range to be longer for whatever reason, like if you're a mixed skill group or if you're running a mod that involves like big distance gaps or whatever. It's not documented very well because we don't fucking have any documentation for anything. The wiki maintainers are saints. Sorry, it's really hard to document and write code at the same time. And yeah, if you didn't know, if you open the developer console and type something and hit Control Tab, it'll give you a autofill of all the things that match that. Help voice also works, but I like the Control Tab view. It's a little bit more organized. But yeah, the proximity factor netvar in that shit means that it will propagate over the network, so a server can set it to a higher value if they want all of the clients to inherit it. Okay, man-to-man, robot-to-robot. Please, be responsible with this, because I think the tuning that we chose for voice proximity was very deliberately intended to prevent it from being, super overstimulating and exhausting for people. I think a lot of people... We have received no reports that it's an overshoot, but a lot of reports that it's an undershoot. But I'm kind of okay with undershooting. So, if you adjust it, be gentle, I guess. Especially if you're hosting a public server, where, your server could be someone's first impression of the game or a given feature. So, that's just a request for a favor. Insert dev leak of you sending a video of Audacity with several seconds of peaking audio. Voice chat was so crazy. I literally, day one, where I joined a public voice chat server and somebody had a fucking loud keyboard, and I went to vote mute them, and the vote failed, I immediately tapped into the developer chat, and I'm like, Eidolon, can we please integrate our end noise? And then Eidolon did it, within a couple of days. The people I work with are so fucking cool. Vote mute's funny as hell, by the way. The feature that we did not ship with voice chat was adjusting your proximity distance based on your current mobiums. So bad players are quieter. I reserve the right to do that later. Team play! I am really happy we got this in, even if the implementation is kind of bare bones, and even if the balance was super fucking polarizing. Because, as I'm sure people, or at least some people remember from SRB2 Kart Friend Mod was designed around team attack on, because if a group of allied defenders get to attack without worrying about friendly fire, they become very difficult to pass. But because we had the snatching system... Okay, fun fact about snatching. The ability for your teammates and you to, grab items that you fire instead of being hit by them. That was a system that was demoed as far back as V1. I was working on an update to Friend Mod that kind of solved the team attack situation for me, because I think people not fucking with the program and just, like, slamming their teammates in the back was one of the remaining big pain points of that mod. And I'm glad I finally got to bring that design to Ring Racers, because it's funny as hell. But it also did create exactly the design problems that I warned about in that mod's readme, where it's like, hey, if you turn off team attack, the race balance is going to be fucked up. And so the initial version of Teamplay that we shipped in RC1 included a very small team comeback modifier, where, like, your tether distance to your own teammates became very, very long if your team was behind. But I think that wasn't enough. And so I ended up configuring it so that it uses the new speed assist function to give every member of a team who is behind a certain distance value a little bit of help in terms of, like, advancing using regular driving. And it's something I want to, like, revisit in the future, but I think with that change, Teamplay is, like, in a way better position for mixed skill groups. The scoring system is blatantly stolen from Forza Horizon. It's just that I lowered the numbers a lot so that they fit on a big chunky UI like this, although I still did have to use thin font in, like, 16-player games, unfortunately. It's Crossworld's Festival boost. You say joke, but I'm serious. That was, like, realizing that, okay, let me go to my own channel. Fucking, where are we? YouTube Studio. Because I discovered by accident, by, like, inadvertently going AFK at the start of a festival race in Crossworlds, that they have a very aggressive catch-up assist system, which I discovered after we put speed assist in Ring Racers, but then connected the two and went like, huh, yeah, I guess if Teams is polarizing, the fastest way for us to fucking resolve that situation is just to use the system that we already have to help players advance for bullshit reasons. It's like a really strong assist, by the way. Check that shit out. Festival is like, I believe they cut item distances in half as well. Like, that's what people have data mined, which is completely fucking crazy values. Like, old 2.3 Frantic was half as effective as that. 2.3 Frantic, which was, like, unplayable in my submission. It gave you, like, 50% extra distance modification. Funny as hell, dude. But yeah, the, attacking, like, big blocks of allied frontrunners as a solitary player means they just kind of swat you away, and then when your teammate comes up 1 second after you, they swat them away too. It's a lot easier to upset the status quo of a team's game if your team is able to attack as a group. And so I do think that, like, the way I chose to implement speed assist there is, like, potentially a little bit lumpy and, like, potentially, like, mechanically inelegant, but it did end up playing better, and so it stays for now. And Teams mode in general is something that I'd like to give a little bit more UI love to in the future. We do technically have the means and the code to do multi-team, but we wanted to do a UI for 2-team, and doing a UI like this for multi-team would be, like, completely fucked up. UI is the fucking bottleneck for so many game features. Like, I can implement whatever the fuck I want on the gameplay side, but until it has the appropriate UX conveyance, it's like the feature may as well not exist. It's impossible to get good data on it, so, you know. And yeah, in Teams games, you can hear your teammates from farther away. Eidolon is so cool. You also, bumping them inflicts reduced knockback. The knockback situation in Ring Racers is extremely funny, and it's something that Oni and I want to look at in the future, potentially. think it's one of the things that gives the game its flavor, and I would never want to, like, defang it completely, but definitely in a team situation, bumping an ally is one of the big remaining ways they can, like, mess with your race, so softening them during team play seemed pretty appropriate. Okay, the core gameplay section. Oh my goodness. Look at where the scroll bar is! So, neutral drift. Basically, the idea for this came from Oni going physically go-karting. That's the whole thing. And, like, the first gameplay draft, I immediately understood that this was the, like, missing piece in the handling model that gave it a lot more nuance compared to just, like, hug the inside and exit at the appropriate charge level, where now, like, the way that you manage your angle and how many corrections you need to make during a drift has a significant impact on how you drive. I think this might be the #1 thing where people who drove well in 2.3 talk about 2.4 like, wow, suddenly I'm not doing as well as I was. And the #2 factor is that they're Invent scammers who are just used to fucking assassinating the whole race by falling behind. And the #1 thing is neutral drift. I think it's a really fun mechanic to work with, and I would potentially like to do a little bit more conveyance work on it in the future, but we had very little access to, like, artist help in the final weeks in particular, so... Hopefully, I think it's felt. I think people can figure it out. But we'll see. So, progressive inward drift. This is one of those things where if we wanted to make heavies, like, handle stuff like tight spirals better without, like, making them feel extremely mobile, which is why the change only applies to inward drift and not to outward drift. So heavyweights have a hard time using this for defensive driving, but can still use it to, like, take sharp corners if they pre-drift really aggressively. What are the chances of a toggle that shows your turning arc outside of competitive environments? I don't even know how you would visualize that, honestly. I'm always for more training tools. The screen space clutter situation in this game is pretty rough because we use a virtual viewport resolution of 320 by 200, which does not leave us a lot of space. It's a sort of thing where it's like, oh, maybe if we had the ability to redraw all of the menu graphics, then we could switch to a higher baseline HUD resolution and regain a lot of screen space, but until then, you know. Empty Thok Ego Orbs, God! Fuck off! Did we ever fix debug waypoints in non-green? Fucking, I fucking love this visualizer. It has helped me incredibly with trying to figure out fucking game problems. But using these types of trails for anything during actual play, I mean, #1, they're performance heavy, right? Give me that. Even with the extra input lag from playing in windowed, I do feel like this version of the game drives really well. I feel like I wasted a lot of time during development just, like, getting distracted from the feature I was working on and just, like, driving around. I also try stupid shit like that all the time, and, like, it hurts my performance basically objectively. So long. We're so permissive when it comes to off-road. But yeah, finish line distance in duels, huh? That's, the distance continuity problems is the reason that sprint maps do not show up in dual contexts. We wanted to make sprint maps loop back to the start, but I gave it like a couple of days of effort and couldn't figure it out. So hey, if you want a free project that'll fucking break your brain... Okay, Global Item Spy. You can now see a player's held item in their name tag even outside of battle mode. I think this has started coming into vogue in item racers, and I think it's a good change for ring racers for two reasons. One is that all of our items are designed with, like, distinct dead zones, and being able to see what someone's actual threat dead zone is lets you play in much more interesting ways around them, rather than just assuming that they're dangerous from all directions and needing to, like, wait for them to reveal before going for a pass. And the other is that people accused us of having CPUs manufacture items out of nowhere. And so being able to see that CPUs only carry items when they hit item boxes is just good for the transparency of single player. Very curious about the technical problems of sprint wraparound. Mostly that the game does not let you reduce your distance to the end of the course by too large of an amount in one tick. It's kind of like an overarching anti-skip mechanism that ensures that if people do, like, fucking Source Engine spaceflight over the entire map, generally it will reject their placement and respawn them. I think the system's not great, but it's better than nothing. But it is historically a bit finicky to work with. Turns out sniping tends to involve you already being behind them, so they have to look back at you anyway. Information control is such a fucking interesting aspect of these games. Like, so much about item play might be different if we gave people, like, edge-of-screen warnings that showed an item box, you know? So, snatching! This was the friend mod idea. Dude, there's another minute of Gumball Machine. Get out of here. Snatching is the friend mod idea, but applied to single player, because hitting yourself with items is just frustrating. And also, there were a bunch of progressively more creative exploits that involved hitting yourself with your own items to break tripwire or hop over course boundaries. And it's like 2 birds, 1 stone, man. The reserve slot is the version of that I was a little bit concerned about. I was like, I don't know if this should be able to go to a reserve slot. I don't know if that's too strong. Maybe it should immediately drop your item as a paper item, but in the end I went for the version that caused the least frustration when interacting with snatching. So you never, like, drop an invincibility because you run into your own fucking Orbinaut or whatever. And I think I've largely been vindicated by that choice. It does definitely make, snatching and high margin boost duels is one of my favorite fucking things ever. Because, of course, we implemented this and left it tuned high. We didn't, like, do anything to fucking restrict its power specifically other than the short hit lag window. So it's like, if somebody is, like, passing their own item to themselves again and again and again, you'll eventually pass them because they're just slowing themselves down a little bit. The thing that I did not directly anticipate is how fucking powerful it is to be able to pick up a bad trap and replace it somewhere good. And it makes front-run trap placement an extremely active and involved process that I think makes it really fun to drive in first place. So, now we're stuck with this, even if something turns out like it's fucked up. We're keeping this. I think it's great. Smacking myself with an Orbinaut is funny, but this makes sense, I think. A lot of the things in this patch are about, like, addressing things that are funny the first 30 times they happen to you and then become irritating. A lot of that 2.0 to 2.3 design philosophy is like, but it's funny though, and we've slowly pared down a couple of the things where it turns out it became less funny after playing with it for an entire year. By the way, Let me see if I can fucking, I got a Death Egg's Eye. And then the double load because fucking the bots have to leave. Oh, this is not gonna have the mines because I'm in free play and not bonus. So... will I quick load to GP if I do this? No? It's... what is the param? It's dash match? Yeah, there we go. So pick up some spheres. Yeah, because you gain ownership of items that you reflect, you can use it to snatch stuff without using the insta-whip. Which I think is pretty cute. There's a lot of ownership shenanigans like that, like the fact that when you run into a drop target, you become its owner. So if you run into it again, you'll snatch it. Fucking, log waypoints, 0. See, I like doing these dev streams because, like, I am extremely plugged into the gameplay of the game at all times because I work on it so much. And so discovering little things like that and wondering how many people are gonna find it. Because that's like, in terms of like weird mechanical interactions, that's a great one because it's cool and harmless. It applies in such narrow circumstances, and most of them are in single player, that it's just fucking neato. Gil fireballs with mega barrier drop target are gone. Gil fireballs! Hell yeah, dude. Okay, so the slip tide change. After starting a slip tide, you can continue slip tiding in a straight line as long as you stay above 100% speed. To end your slip tide early, steer in the opposite direction or start a drift. You already know why this is here, right? Oh, I'm in a GP now, so I need to fucking reload into this to go to free play. Oh, and I have a dual friend. One of my keycaps just fell off. It's always the same switch, too. I think the tolerance on this one is a little bit loose. But yeah, this entire thing, it's this turn. This turn is the reason. Because analog sticks can take that entire thing in one slip tide. So now, if you happen to be on a digital device, you can tap and do the same thing. Light steer was like an attempt to make that more fair, but in the end I figured that just changing the slip tide mechanics is going to put it to bed forever, because I love shallow slip tiding. I think it's really fun. And it does bug me a little bit that it became trivial with this change, but it also makes it significantly more fair for people who are using D-pads or keyboards. Which means that I get to keep it in instead of needing to kill it somehow. So that's what's going on there. Fucking, Stormrig is another really relevant place for that, where, like, the light steer line was really, really tough before. Snake tiding! This one was more contentious than I expected. So... for those who are unaware, fucking slip tide snaking where you just like wiggle back and forth. I'm out of practice with it and doing it with an item, but like the idea is that people were charging wave dashes in straight lines, basically, and so they were able to do it off more or less any sneaker panel. And so it became a compulsory input, right? where it made you significantly faster in every situation where you were able to slip tide. And the thing about it is, not only is it like kind of a pain in the ass to do, although it does feel kind of good if you got it down, it's also really delay on it's unfair on delay, because you don't receive the handling state update until your like state has propagated back to the server. So people on higher delay had a way harder time doing it, and it made them significantly slower for reasons that are not their fault. Compulsory input is a great term. I usually call this sort of thing a mono strategy. I mean, it's there was very rarely, like, the decision to slip tide snake or not was very flat. And it was also not fair across, like, different connection environments. So rather than, like, I made what I felt was the minimum possible change without, like, outright killing it. Where it's like, I didn't break the rules so that it doesn't work suddenly, I just made it significantly less rewarding. And I actually spent a lot of time tuning it so that it didn't feel like bullshit when you, like, needed to make tap corrections, and it mostly just made it feel like not a big loss if you're not doing it on every panel. Because the entire idea of the Wave Dash is that it gives you back the speed that you lost from the turn. So, gaining speed without ever losing speed kind of broke it, mechanically. Taking another sip of my vodka and apple juice. So, the Vortex boost, this is really small. I think it mostly doesn't matter. But it does technically exist, and it makes me feel better. That's the reason it's there. Just simple as. Yeah, that's another thing. Fucking... You can, like, lock a Wave Dash from sneaker panels, but you need to start at an off angle rather than taking it dead on. Which I think is just a little bit more interesting in terms of, like, planning a route. Yep. Coming from other arcade racers, a surprising amount of people expected slip tiding to work this way, or assumed that it already did. And it's so harmless to implement that why not? Like, as long as we keep the values low so it doesn't turn into Sacred Fire. So, payout count, the blue number. That was one of the things that I actually did relatively early because, like, needing to buffer your manual ring usage during time attack because you didn't know when your payout was about to end was kind of lame. And of course, you can now spend out of the payout, get that gold flash on the number, and you spit out some caltrops, and it gives you a stronger but shorter boost. So, like, if I go edge to edge on this fucking big ol' square here, this is, like, normal unassisted boost where these spend automatically, where you get a pretty long taper of speed. You can see I'm still under, like, ring boost effect. And if you compare, taper is significantly quicker, but you get across the distance, like, significantly faster. And it was because so many people asked, like, hey, is it better to hold the button during jackpot or not? And the answer in 2.3 was doesn't matter. And the reason people were doing it in Staff Ghosts was because they wanted to be able to drop from their real ring count so they could pick up rings on the course and go a little bit positive on rings. But it had nothing to do with the actual mechanical effect of the boost. So now having it set up this way gives you a little bit more to do, and also, like, means that if you want to burn away a moderate ring payout without, like, committing to a bail, you can drain it away a bit quicker and get back to standard control. Oh yeah, the fucking infinite mid-texture zone. We keep adding stuff to test run, and I swear the area just keeps looking funnier. Doink. Doink. Yeah, CPUs have a target ring count and will spend rings until they drop through that count. So they're very aggressive about burning. That area is kind of underspecified in terms of their behavior. I did so much CPU tuning, and I know I'm still gonna hear about Zoned City being a difficulty spike, and let me just promise you that I did my best and that all of the ways we can, like, per map hack that suck a bunch of ass. So, pray emoji. So, we covered ring burn. I don't think we actually named this mechanic. I call it burning internally. You can no longer suffer ring sting immediately after ring boosting, while attracting rings that would place you above 0, while charging a spin dash, or if the player stinging you is spun out or tumbling. You are so much safer from ring sting in close quarters while making active decisions now. I think this is like basically every rough edge of ring sting that caused people to go like, oh, come on. And it does respond to the, the overhead graphic responds as well. So if you dump to 0, the graphic is removed the moment you attract the ring, even if it hasn't been reflected in your payout. And you can see if I boost the stack of 20, I don't get the graphic until the last ring that I spent is, like, spent to boost. Just... You know when, like, the developers are agitated over a certain thing, players are probably, like, 3 times worse about it? So without defanging it completely, because it's important for 0 rings to be dangerous in the way we've designed the game, because, you know... It means that the moment of immediately transitioning to 0 is a lot less perilous, and you have some more time to, like, pull yourself into a safe position, and you don't, like, have unexpected bad bump trades when you're, like, just trying to enter a ring pile or something. Will the stream be archived later? Should be on YouTube. This is, like, super disorganized. I probably would have written something a little bit more, like... I would have had, like, a planned script for this if I wanted to do it as, like, an official developer communique. But this is literally just me, like, drinking and talking about the video game that I worked on. Oops! I don't know how to do PR! But yeah, there's a VOD channel. Acid Drop! Acid Drop has one of the funniest I designed this on accident behaviors in the entire game. And I'm just gonna give this to people because I think if they see it online, they may not immediately realize what it is. So the entire idea of Acid Drop is that it's a special fast fall context that allows you to go fast from a wall transfer without needing to use a tri-dash combo, right? Where, like, the way that people used to do this would be to fast fall out of the wall transfer as soon as possible and then triangle dash back to the ground. Oh yeah, let's go to Playground. Check that out, by the way, real control prompt. I'll talk about that later, because those are a big fucking pain in the dick. Man, Playground's kind of dry on rings. I mean, it's a big open area, though, so it makes some sense. This is a transfer, right? Yeah. I fucking hate programming! So the idea of this is to make it less compulsory to take every wall transfer like that. Where it's like, it should feel good. You should, like, feel the momentum of the fucking quarter pipe as you go back down it, because it's more fun that way. And so we gave you if you are close enough to the peak of your flight, you... Oh, I fucking failsafe boosted on that one. That's a fucking funny thing. Failsafe interacts strangely with so many things. I'll go over here. So as you, like, near the peak of your launch, you get that prompt. And of course, this is the Pico Park Particle Accelerator, so I needed to also give an option to cancel Acid Drop to Real Fast Fall, in case you were, like, legitimately out of control in a set piece. And that had a bunch of bugs that thankfully Mari caught before I fucking put them into production and caused us another 2 RCs. Now here's the thing about fucking Acid Drop that I didn't realize while I was designing it. I just inverted the sequence. I'm like, surely Triangle Dash doesn't give you enough downward thrust to immediately allow you to access Acid Drop because your Y momentum goes low. And, spoiler alert, it totally fucking does. So if I get, like, some substantial height here... Oh, shit. This is actually the funniest location in the whole fucking game to showcase this. So yeah, instead of fucking fast fall, release drift, fast fall tri-dash, you tri-dash fast fall now, and that'll let you get low arcs out of wall transfers. And that's not exactly the way that I want to incentivize people to be taking set pieces like Ramp Park. But I think it's better than what was there before by a lot, and flows better, so I'm kind of okay with the way it came out. Oh yeah, this has the RC9 watermark. I should totally, like, compile a new build, but it might, like, fucking shut off the stream. Yeah, of course we used the Acid Drop showcase in Haunted Ship, which is one of the areas where, like, it uses so many fucking mandatory wall transfers that it felt super bad to fucking for Fast Fall Tri-Dash to be faster on all of them. And in this way, you still kind of, like, get a reward for, like, storing a drift in, but you also still, like, you still take the quarter pipe on the way down, which I appreciate. Yeah, that's one that actually occurred to me fairly late. And I like the way that it turned out, but it's not something that I explicitly designed around. So, Dynamic Roulette. Item Roulette no longer uses fixed tables at fixed distance brackets. For those who didn't know, in previous versions of the game, there was a limited number of tables that could appear with some minor variations based on item singularity. And you could memorize them, and blind pick an item every time. And I thought that was fucking lame. And I think it works way better as an attention tax. Number one, because it fucking narrows the gap a bit between people who have, like, done a memorization task and people who haven't. Now, like, item selection requires a bit of an attention burden, which means that it's, like, there's a little bit more skill expression in terms of, like, when you're able to do it. And I know that, like, the deterministic roulette in particular was... I saw it show up as a big point of frustration a lot for people who are like, oh, it's so fucking dumb that you can pick whatever you want, because they couldn't pick. They didn't feel like they could pick. And so it was just an advantage that they felt like other players had that they would never have. And so this is like, okay, let's not remove this. The deterministic roulette is good. It means that, like, bad roulette results are not just the game deciding that you lose an interaction. But let's, like, pull it a little bit more in line with the way the rest of the game works. Were the wall transfer heavy maps made before Fast Fall was added? Most of them, yeah. So you can actually, if I do debug item odds 1, actually debug odds 2, and then, like, bot control 0, bots 13, map random GT race. So this is the debug display for the Dynamic Roulette. And it's basically just trying to cram your roulette with stuff. Max players 16, restart level. Bot control 1, timescale 10. not Control 0. And so you can see I'm about as far out as the game is willing to acknowledge here, and you can see that the real results on the right change in a bit more of a gradual way. Right now I'm like considered, oh wow, you guys are fucking clumped as hell up here. That's funny as fuck. It's building a reel up here. Trying to fill your reel with items that are useful to you in the place where you're in. Where, like, if you're not near a bunch of other players, you don't receive attack items. And trying explicitly to filter weak items that are weaker than the average out of the roulette. Because there were some really bad use odds brackets in older versions of Ring Racers where the reel would go, like, invincibility, double jaws, invincibility. And it's like, what the fuck? Why would I ever want that double jaws? So this system is also kind of... It's organized in a way so that it feels less bad to random stop IMO. You still get good rewards for random stopping, but it's like the reward is a little bit more controlled and you do consistently have to, like, pass an attention tax in order to do it. Love all the included debug commands, by the way. Helps with testing Lua scripts a ton. They're so important, man. Do I have debug fonts still in here? Yeah. This one was great for testing fucking text behavior when I was working on control descriptions. You can kind of tell that this just about made me cut my head off trying to implement it correctly. There's also, I think, there's one more, Actually, it's in the cheats menu, isn't it? Yeah, let's see, Except it's a command. Debug message feed. Yeah, there we go. Because I needed to fix, I needed to fix this shit in split screen. And make sure that every player had the correct view of their controls through, like, status messages like this. Debug cheese disables item lockout. So yeah, new roulette stuff. Increased item distance fall off. This is disabled in Frantic. Frantic uses basically unmodified 2.3 distances with significantly lower XP effect, but in non-Frantic, big lobbies have significantly worse item odds because high position mobility is just... This is a terrible first stream ambiance. High position mobility in big games is just fucking scary, man. Damage and respawning no longer reset item lockout. This one's simple. People were just sitting on ring boxes, overcharging spin dash over and over again, and also the behavior was kind of unintuitive to begin with. I don't think this is a perfect solution. The reason the damage reset item lockout is because it's frustrating to get hit back through a set and then not be able to pick it up. But, like, still better than what we had in the end. If two players make contact with an item box at almost the same time, they're both receiving items. Same for ring box. Honestly, if you asked me to give you a straightforward reason why I did this, I don't have one. I think it just feels a little bit better. Fucking, the spray can situation is interesting. We decided against doing it because, like, I think it would be read as a little bit hostile if we did. But we did talk about removing Pogo Spring from the free play roulette because it solves a bunch of problems when spray can hunting. When, like, to my knowledge, there aren't any spray cans that require Pogo Spring. But, like, a lot of the people making, like, guides about how to get them, 50% of the cans are just Pogo Spring up here. And it's like, but we had a nice method for you to get there and everything. Bleh. So ice physics now makes slopes stronger, and mud physics makes slopes weaker. There are some sections in the game that are not intuitively obviously ice, by the way. If I go to... debug, item odds, 0. Like this. This is ice. And so the ice change significantly helps with people flying out of this segment entirely at like regular driving speeds.
See you later.
You get dragged down a little bit quicker and you retain more speed. The one section in the game where this is like a little bit weird, fucking... Blue Mountain Classic explicitly has, like, SRB2 Kart Z Turbo Ice because Chrome is a fucking prankster. So, like, just my regular driving speed on this ice is complete nonsense. It's like no modifications. Yeah, it uses Turbo Ice for like funny legacy reasons. Reduced handling interference from stepping up / down, quote, stair jank when traveling at high speed. So this is gonna take me to Dark Vile Castle, isn't it? So, like, the classic example is the Dark Fortress stairs, right? Where every time you see that and you, like, wiggle around a little bit, you're losing a little bit of turning capability. It actually directly modifies your steering inputs here. And all of these types of transitions in the game lock your handling significantly less if you're traveling quickly. So, like, if you're moving fast, losing some number of turning ticks was way more lethal than if you were traveling slow. So it kind of makes it feel a little bit more proportional and predictable. I will not speak on certain encounters yet. Sonic Boom! I did the, a lot of the code side implementation for this. And... so this one was a little bit contentious in development, and by that I mean I was the only person who, like, initially disagreed. Because Tripwire is, like, a design problem for us. I'm gonna be, like, unusually transparent during the stream because it's just me. And, like, please understand that when I talk about this stuff, it's, like, from my own perspective and, like, with a lot of other things buzzing around in my head. But, like, Tripwire is sort of a design problem because it's one of the remaining, like, binary gates in the game, you know? Where, like, either you pass or you don't. In a game where a lot of things are built to be, like, smooth curves and, like, contextually variable, Tripwire is very strict about how you interact with it. Because, like, I mean, okay, I'll be real with you. A lot of games get away with, like, just gating shortcuts with off-road because they're extremely prescriptive about the way that the player's speed is handled. Meanwhile, here's Ring Racers. Lucid Pass has fucking optional turns. Hey, wait a second. That's fucked up. Oh well. And so we can't just gate things off with off-road, although there was a time where we tried, where it's like, okay, tripwires in off-road require a higher threshold to pass. We'll give mappers a tool to, like, make sure that tripwires that are susceptible to itemless exploits can be set up to be a little bit more resilient. Compare this to fucking my ghost. Are you sure that you want me to? Frey, my dear husband, recorded a staff ghost for every course in the game and plays very rarely. Frey was not looped in during development at all because we actually needed a standard reference like bad player to tune certain aspects of the single player around. And because we determine staff medals by an average of the submitted staff times, Frey was asked to do ghosts for ballast to bring the medal times up. Is your tree ring still completely fucked up? Did you like Trainwreck it in this version too? What fucking cup is tree ring? Finish 236! Oh no. Yeah, this is gonna be a difficult one, isn't it? So yeah, my dear husband, who I love very much, will be keeping you company on some of your rougher time trials, is what I'm trying to say. It's crazy how I occasionally see the like, Kart Crew just designed this game for fucking freaks and sickos. They don't care at all about the average player. It's just for fucking Melee players. When, like, this experience is the experience that I spent the majority of my time balance tuning for. I got it! But yeah, you get the idea. How are you meant to get those prisons? You can do a speed inherit shot with the gotcha bombs and a little bit of look ahead, or you can do a wall transfer insta-whip. They're tricky though. I don't deny that those are hard. I think Iva's a fucking prankster for putting those up there. So yeah, just a bunch of changes to passing tripwires so that it's easier to cross them when you're behind and significantly harder to cross them when you're ahead. Changing this from a static threshold to a dynamic threshold did require some extra conveyance work. And I think there might be a little bit of extra we can do, but in general I think that this does a better job of communicating to the player when they should be looking out for an opportunity to cross tripwire. We have Oni's favorite patch note in the whole game. And the damage downgrade. There was a big pass on, like, frustrating item interactions with the specific intent that, like, getting hit by stuff in the back interrupted your race less. Which is kind of the reason that, like, stun and amps exist, is we wanted to make a lot of loss of control states less punishing, while, like, still enforcing consequences, just not frustrating ones. Are you gonna talk about the new function for the made for the bubble shield bounce item interaction? Oh, do you mean yeah, K-Dapple employment. It's like, this isn't even about a particular person anymore. This is about seeing that fucking Jimmy Neutron gif every single day I read the Discord for a year. So that's good. I fucking hate that Jimmy Neutron gif so much, dude. So infinite height tripwires. Fucking kind of just initially underestimated how many times people would try to go over tripwires intuitively, which is why that the initial implementation of this didn't have visuals. And of course we had to quickly course correct on that one. And fucking only broke his hands, but you know, fucking whatever. We figured it out. Going over tripwires was like generally just being able to cross tripwire in situations where you shouldn't had imposed like an increasingly ridiculous number of design restrictions on the game. Stuff like, I think this is still in. If I go... Oh, except I'm not going to be able to, Yeah, this is a GP context, so as long as the bots are here, I'm going to be scaled. So, bots 0, ftest f, GT match, or, excuse me, match. Yeah, stuff like... Just so many fucking ways that, like, crossing tripwire became a fucking problem. And so just shoring it up and making them truly airtight leaves us with a lot more design space. Like, we could not have done the new Super Ring if tripwire threshold was not dynamic, because then first place would just be fucking taking every tripwire with Super Ring. And that fucking blows ass. And so sneaker panels also no longer grant tripwire access, so that mappers can use sneaker panels next to tripwires without worrying about exploits. Stun! This is the other one that we knew was going to be a little bit contentious. Stun exists because we wanted to move some of the fucking power and punishment of items away from strict loss of control and into a softer sort of disadvantaged state. And also to normalize item hits so that, like, we could keep them at a similar strength while increasing the number of rings that we put on courses. Because obviously, like, whether or not you can quickly restock on rings was previously a big determining factor in how punishing an item hit was. And so normalizing that a bit means that we had more freedom to, like, work with maps while keeping items at a consistent power. The flybots are funny as hell. Okay, that was Locke, I think, who did those, and just absolutely great work on that. In terms of, like, the technical implementation. But I fucking forget who sprited them, unfortunately. I lose track of assets so often. Oni did them? Yeah, okay. Get that guy a break, get that guy an ice pack. Yeah, stun, you get hit, you can't pick up rings for a bit. Significantly less punishing if you're in the back, significantly less punishing if the thing you hit wasn't a player. Just... anytime we make the player weaker or slower, we're kind of aware of, like, the immediate feels bad knee-jerk reaction to it. But I do think that stun gives us a lot of room to design other parts of the game to be healthier and less frustrating, so it's a little bit of a bitter pill. And also it's nice to have it for situations like Bale, where, like, okay, enforcing a vulnerability window on this extremely fucked up mechanic is now way easier because we have a, like, consistent visual language to do it with. Insta-whip radius. How many fucking times did I start arguing in dev about how we needed to revert this? So many circumstantial things were enabling Insta-whip to be a really annoying and disruptive tool. It's like... passing with Insta-whip is so much more disruptive and irritating than people just driving around you, and so... it really needed to come with proportional risk, but at the same time, we also wanted Insta-whip to function consistently and feel like a tool that people could rely on in situations where it was good. So it's like, okay, let's increase the radius of Insta-whip, and then let's give it 17 circumstantial nerfs because it received 17 circumstantial buffs elsewhere. But yeah, if your whip doesn't make contact, you go into an extended punish. There's already, like... Battle has the concept of defense lockout, where you're flashing black and you can't do anything to interact with the core defensive systems. You can't guard and you can't charge Insta-whip. And, like, we just made it a lot longer for whip because part of the duration was being covered by the active frames of Whip, and so it actually, in practice, had very little vulnerability at all. This music is interesting. Where does it play? I guess we'll never know. It's from Adventure Example. Puntable bumpers. Jart did the work for this, and then I had to fix it up in a couple of maps that were still using, like, old Lua objects with weird, like, sock action stuff. But just intuitively feels better. Feels really bad to be able to plow through, like, spikes and trees and shit, but then, like, the spring yard bumpers still ruin your day. Slightly improved steering response in Gear 3. This is my contender for the most understated line of the patch notes relative to its actual effect. Is that defense lockout detailed anywhere? A lot of my regulars have had difficulty intuiting when it happens. You're looking for a black flash on the character. It's not very noticeable in GL, unfortunately, because sprite lighting's a little bit messed up. It's something I'd like to detail a bit more in the future. Battle was not a huge priority for this patch, but if I do put some work into a 2.5, I have some ideas about it. Dude, I'm fucking... My throat is already fucked up. Been talking and yapping nonstop for 2 hours, and we're not even fucking halfway through the patch notes. What are you guys doing here? Is it reduced by reduce VFX? I wonder. I'm not sure, actually. So, slightly improved steering response in Gear 3 is a massive undershoot of what I think it actually does to the mode. I think Gear 3 is both, like, now more forgiving and completely fucked up, because it is really, really, really fast, but, like, if you compare the ability to drive in Gear 3, especially in heavyweights, like, just compare Mecha Sonic needing to bump the Joypolis Spiral 4 times or Break Drift the entire thing, versus, like, doing one back-end bump and exiting with a blue mini turbo. It's night and day, and I think Time Attack has become a lot more fun because of it. Ring Racers 2.4 patch notes stream part 4. Yaha! Grab some honey. I wonder if I have some. I have lemon vodka and apple juice. Does that count? I'm drinking so much water compared to the vodka. Good music. So, stat-based ring boost properties. Hey, it's the other song. So, this is referred to in the code internally as ring power, and it's probably one of the most fucked up changes in the patch, to be honest. Because as I'm sure you've noticed, fucking, here's Mecha Sonic, and you'll notice that my ring boost duration is, like, actually pretty significantly longer than it is in 2.3. Went from, like, baseline of 3 ticks to baseline of 7 ticks or something ridiculous like that. And all of the characters that previously had extremely long ring boosts now only have slightly longer ring boosts than average, but get significantly more speed from them. And this is just, like, the ring boost roll-off mechanics are a lot easier to tune if players have ring boost durations that are more similar. But also, a significant portion of this change just comes from, like, Oni playing Metal Sonic for, like, the first time in a really long time, and going, damn bitch, you live like this, and then immediately opening the code. And I think in terms of the things that have sped up the game, this is the one that, like, slips under the radar a lot. It has made, like, the difference between having and not having rings very relevant for everyone. It's scary. But, of course, extreme ring counts, less fucked up than they were before. I'm a little bit tired of the term ring maxing, but it was a very accurate way to describe, like... I mean, we've all been to Cadillac Canyon Classic. We all know exactly what that fucking course looks like in TA. Where is... yeah. Where the spacing of these ring boxes is so tight, especially in circumstances where you're able to take the tripwire. That it was just previously possible to get to absolutely ridiculous fucking values. And so putting a more aggressive soft cap on this sort of stuff, actually, in practice, it's actually an effective hard cap, but it's a soft cap that just happens to have a hard cap attached. Because of course, like, everybody has seen, or at least everybody who's, like, trying to play in competition contexts has seen people, like, breaking at an item set, wanting the other to take an item box so they can take a ring box behind them. And with that in mind, by the way, brief tangent, the split in the player base between people who are like, oh, I can't catch up because all I get is ring box, and then people who are like, I will literally pick ring box over items 100% of the time, they are always better and they make me win always. I happen to privately believe that the sign of a balanced game is when everybody thinks it's unbalanced, but nobody agrees about what's unbalanced. Obviously, that's a hugely reductive fucking metric, you know. There are so many cases where that's not the case, but, like, in situations like this, I do think it indicates something that I kind of like. Items usually proc a voice line and ring boxes don't. That's a good point. Clearly, I need to make the ring box sound louder and more sparkly in order to manipulate player brain more. If I go get the fucking ring box file, I have done this bit before, but if I open Sounds PK3 and get and I get the ring box sound out of here. Ring box, lower Slade's volume a bit. Yeah, that's at 20% volume. That's because if I export DS slot 05 and open Audacity... Sorry, while I'm searching my computer, I turn off the display capture, because I don't know what the fuck you guys are going to see. Let's see. Oh, don't you dare crash my drag handler. What are you doing? Windows Explorer? Stop it. Okay, Explorer restarted. Thank you, Windows. I said Windows 11 was the best version of Windows. I didn't say it was perfect. Okay, so I have a setting enabled in Audacity right now that shows clipping in red. Now I want you to keep that in mind as I hit the display capture button again. I was done with people not hearing this. I think it sounds pretty fucking high clarity considering what I had to do to this sound. But yeah, I am the fucking bravest soldier of the loudness war. Getting sounds to actually come in over engine noise, etc. in this game is fucking impossible, and anybody who's worked on a custom character has experienced it once. I don't know why it happens that way. I'm gonna be 100% real with you. So, you can now drop dash even if you're tumbling or spinning when Light Snake activates. Felt bad to get hit by, didn't convey itself well, just needed to go. Happens. Gear 1 changes! This is basically me, entirely. And, I think it actually worked pretty well. I'll like do a comparison here. We're like, oh, this is intense GP. Good meme. So yeah, so this is Gear 1. If I go to G2 here. So Gear 2, you stack some boosts. The speed very quickly gets like extremely fucked up. Oh yeah, dash skill, I always forget. It's a fucking, so I never wanted in a GP context is the problem, I wanted in match. Because GP does things like, spawn bots and scale first place items. I've been meaning to fucking look at that, how everything is always put into fucking Grand Prix. Fucking Seth is so cool, by the way. But yeah, Gear 1 here. Speed is significantly more in check, but baseline driving is not actually that different from Gear 2. Like, you're still largely zipping around, you know? Because those abrupt speed changes that made it hard to drive with comeback items are, like, honestly the biggest hurdle for new players. And so providing them with, like, a more regular fucking experience while comeback driving... I mean, Oni labeled these in match race for a reason, right? Go to match race. Designed around competition, even playing from behind requires good driving. Boosts are reduced for casual play, the main event when inviting friends over. Freaks, fucked up, scary. Because there's really, like... There's not a ton of reason to, like... I think this game has enough going for it that, like, we can relax some of the tuning on things that give it some of its, like... give it a little bit of teeth. And there's still a lot to love there. So obviously, like... hooking people who are, like, receptive to the vision, but not quite capable of pushing through, like, difficult comeback driving, I think does some good stuff for us. We'll see how the agenda changes. I don't know what my voice did there. But I will say that if I had a nickel, if I had a quarter for every single time, and a really experienced player goes, wait, this is Gear 1, because they just didn't notice that they were playing a slower mode and were having plenty of fun anyway, well, we'd have, like, $2.50. There's no Gear 4 option. That is a cheat-only option, for a reason. Yeah, Gear 1 also reduces lap counts a little bit, because Robotnik Coaster with 5 laps on Gear 1 was just really fucking long. Speed assist! I am both surprised and completely unsurprised that I have heard absolutely no one talk about this, because it's very subtle and you have to be very far behind to trigger it in most contexts. But for people who absolutely cannot make progress with items, we give them a little bit of base speed so that their regular driving will eventually let them see another player if they've been, like, far behind enough that, like, they're not interacting with anyone. Because that's, like, coming in 12th, but you are, like, tailing someone the entire time, versus coming in 12th and you don't see anyone. Way, way different experiences. And obviously it's hard to control for both of them, but, like, it doesn't damage the competitive ecosystem much to have an option that, like, requires you to be extremely far behind before it activates. It's like I keep saying, it's comeback driving in ring races is hard. We don't have a bullet bill equivalent. All of our fucking comeback items are most effective if you're good at driving. So stuff like this is just a little bit softer and more forgiving. Actually happened at a Mogi recently. Server was set to auto gear on RC9. Ah, you guys are playing a fucking Mogi on Gear 1? Hell yeah. Dude, I think Gear 1's great. I put both the KKD servers on auto gear. Yeah, these values, by the way, this increase only starts if a player is substantially behind the bottom 25% of the race. That's like, that doesn't mean in the bottom 25% of the race. I mean, we take the average of all of the players in the bottom quarter of the race and go, are you significantly behind all of these people? So it turns off very quickly when you, like, return to a range where you can interact with other players. Should you have a bullet bill equivalent? Doesn't that just not teach people to drive? I think stuff like bullet bill or drill or whatever is like... I mean, obviously, more traditional kart racers consider them a necessary evil because it feels really bad for someone to fall so far behind that they can't fucking do anything. And we have personally kicked around some, like, ideas for that type of, like, auto driver fast teleport comeback item to, like, keep people who are really struggling motivated to try and achieve something. And we've even shopped around ideas for, like, maybe it could only be in Gear 1 or whatever, but we'll see. I think the current item environment is a lot better than it used to be, and I kind of want to let things sit and see how new players handle Gear 1. Is Garden Top a controllable bullet bill? It is an uncontrollable bullet bill. So, Insta-Whip recovery and Tether Insta-Whip block. Insta-Whip is not supposed to be an overtake tool. The reason for this is that Insta-Whip is, like, better than all items. It's that simple. It is literally designed to beat everything that it interacts with because it is a defensive fucking escape hatch. If it's too straightforward to apply at an offense, the game gets really fucked up. Taking a sip. These are values that I'm open to revisiting in the future, but, like, I think the game is way, way healthier when most overtakes happen through item interactions or driving rather than whip interactions. Because whip is, like, I said before that it's a design solution that carries a lot of design problems. It is a powerful universal option that lets you negate a lot of stuff with good positioning and timing and foresight. If we make it too strong, it starts crowding out other options and narrowing the game. And because Ring Racers is more frustrating to play at Zero Rings, kind of by design, it's designed to be a vulnerable position where a lot of analog systems collapse into binary punishments. It's really bad if everybody in the race feels like they have to play at Zero. I think there are several, like, points on this curve that would make for good game balance, and I think we are at one of them, but you could probably pick another where whip is a little bit stronger and have a fine game if you adjusted some other things. But I feel pretty strongly about this one. I think, like, a lot of the frustrations that people were experiencing in the earlier release candidates were just that good players were unbearable because they were given this universal tool that let them ruin you if your attention ever lapsed. And yeah, immediately, fucking Battle became a lot better with the whip recovery window, IMO. I'd still like to do some work with that in high player count lobbies especially. I think fucking high player count Battle is a mess. But in general, I think that positional play became a lot more pronounced and that people are a little bit more inclined to, like, move around the map and use monitors rather than just berserking, which I think makes for a better battle mode. Hey, wait a second, this is in the patch notes twice! Oh well. Stumble no longer removes ring boost. This is just for stuff like fucking the Blue Mountain Snowman, etc., etc. We have to be careful about when we remove Ring Boost because of Ring Bail. Because Ring Bail just gives you a bunch of instant Ring Boost, so if you, like, get set to 0 Ring Boost while bailing, then, like, you're just stuck in the bail window and everything is fucking pain. I have at least 1 or 2 ideas for a system level fix to that sort of thing, but later. You're gonna hear me say a lot, like, I think X is good, I think it could be better. Because I just think about this game a completely obsessive amount. I'm gonna, like, I'll be very transparent and say that it basically fucking ruined my life. The only thing worse than working on Ring Racers is not working on Ring Racers. I became quite obsessed, because I'm just not the type of person who likes to leave in-progress projects. And I think I've finally become a little bit more honest with myself, and I feel like... I mean, what is the saying? Great art is never finished, only abandoned. Turns out that also applies to just, like, weird kind of shit art. Or, like, art in general. Help! Whip reminds me of a little bit of the parry in Third Strike in the way you're describing its faults. Of course, the Third Strike parry is healthier, but in terms of being centralizing and demolishing new players. Yeah, a lot of people just, like, they pick up Third Strike, and then they're like, what the fuck, I can't anti-air people. What the fuck is the point of hitting the DP if they're just parry? And of course, Befale did a great video about Third Strike anti-air, and how it's, like, completely fucked up and involves a lot of weird EP judgments. But you have to be able to surface those to players in order for them to feel empowered in those circumstances. Ring Racers is Moby Dick. I'm gonna kill you one day. Maybe! Okay, while impervious to damage, significantly reduced hit lag when making contact with hazards, and entirely removed hit lag versus damaging floors. This one is tricky because, like, I think that mowing through stuff like the spikes in Rumble Ridge was kind of frustrating, and it was a big pace breaker. Like, you want to feel like you're chewing through hazards because that's fun, right? Where are we? Oh yeah, I wonder if the growth timer roll-off made it into the patch notes. I think I might have forgotten. But yeah, like this. Oh wait, these ones are scaled up. That's a map problem. Aha! That might actually be explicitly bugged, which is kind of funny. Ha ha. Here we are. I won't lose. Yeah, I know it works for these. Where it's like, that feeling of chewing through the hazard is really fun, but if you get stuck on it for too long, it can feel like a huge obstruction that punishes you for doing something that, like, should just feel nice. Fucking... Do I just restart the playlist? God damn, I've been fucking talking about this shit for 2.5 hours. Maybe I'll just restart the playlist. More Ring Racers music, no copyright claims. But yeah, so I wanted people to be able to, like, rip through map hazards, but still get messed up by items. Because one of the only things you can do about someone who's approaching you with invincibility and grow is to, like, put them in hit stop by firing a missile, and then, like, you can use that to reposition and make it costly for them to follow you. Invincible states still being able to take hit stop is actually, like... I think they'd be really dumb and mindless without that, but because they still, like, have an incentive to interact with the course, you're still, like, trying to drive correctly. I promise you that system erasure music won't copyright bomb you. Bet? I can't put on the Void Stranger OST because I'm still stuck. It literally took me less time to build a house than to solve a single puzzle in Void Stranger. Hey, hold on. Start at the top. There we go. This is appropriate for these patch notes, because this is where the scroll bar is, by the way. Green range? Oh, shit, you're right, you're right. Why did it fucking skip me to a random track here? Why is my browser lagging to shit all of a sudden? YouTube! Fucking dick! Yeah, that tab is not responding anymore. In fact, that tab is closed and still playing audio. I don't know how that happens. So, let's see. You have to reload a tab that's been open too long for some reason. YouTube just tries to choke you. Block origin. Ah, what a drag. Okay, so if I hit the next track button, is this gonna work? Of course the top comment on this is a fucking Gurmaian reference. Okay. Layer after images no longer appear when under the effect of only a single boost type. Newsflash, dipshit. It's Ring Racers. You are always under the effect of at least one boost type, and that boost type is fucking Ring Boost. It's in the title of the game. So, the mini boost crossing the line after missing First Blood. I wanted to give people some incentive of, like... I wanted to soften how bad it feels to go for a close cross and get nothing, and then expose yourself to a lot of risk from people who are, like, tethering you with Rainbow Drift boosts behind you. And I think it largely achieves that goal. It makes the First Blood position a little bit less, They get less far ahead, and I think, like, that maybe... That's subject to some subjectivity in terms of tuning. Really, I just wanted to fucking set it up so that I could display a split, because fucking Riders does it, and I have no clue why we didn't. Game Ring with your fucking game. You can no longer use items while on a bungee. This was like a one-line fix that I did in 5 seconds because Gunla was freaking out trying to figure out how to stop Super Ring from breaking Leaf Storm. And it's just, okay, get away. Fucking solve the problem. Bungees are a weird design element because I feel like they punish speed to begin with, and maybe the courses that use them could use a little bit of attention, but... Fucking, we got 200 maps, we did what we could. We get to the course changes section, Lamau. So... Items! Fun stuff. Stone Shoe. Explicitly just like a frustrating dipshit item that people appear to fucking love anyway. What a beautiful fucking problem item. Disguises itself as a dropped sneaker, but in monochrome. You pick it up, chains you to a boulder, and gives you a little bit of amps to encourage you to start, like, causing problems with it. Anybody who makes contact with the boulder or gets tripped by the chain pays out amps to the chained player and to the original placer of the trap. So you basically enlist people into your army of crab bucketing. Like, this is an item that explicitly encourages the pack to drown itself. Which is, like... So obviously designing this is, like, kind of batshit insane. But it is a really, really good joke, and I think the interplay it creates, now that we shortened the chain and, like, increased the speed loss a little bit, is still, like, pretty interesting. Because the entire premise of the Frontrunner roulette is that it's bad if we give them the ability to go fast, but you do want first place to have a pocket of safety, because otherwise it's a bad place to be for the majority of the race. So we give them fucked up tools on purpose, and the Stone Shoe is one of them. And boy, oh boy, is the Stone Shoe fucked up. And yeah, of course, you can self-activate if you want a ton of fucking protection. I just want to swing it around and cause problems for anybody overtaking. Stone Shoe is the item I predict that is most likely to receive future balancing, but I think the version that we ended up with is significantly healthier than the RC1 version, and it makes me smile when I see it. So I think we probably did okay. Toximister. This is just a straightforward fuck a whole bunch of people in particular item. It's a static trap, it has extremely good obvious visibility, and it doesn't directly damage the player that hits it, but they produce a lot of amps for the front runner, and it can hit multiple people, so it's a good option to choose if you're aiming to actually try for a speed breakaway. You can blow away the clouds by hitting tripwire speed, though, so there are a lot of set pieces where it's bad to use it, and it's also not super effective against players in mid-pack with decent speed items. I think Toximister is another one of those where people like are in complete disagreement about whether it's useless or broken, which makes me smile. And the funniest consideration with regards to Toximister is that if nobody hits it for long enough, it actually becomes an inert and harmless item until the leader grabs it next lap and deploys it somewhere else. Also, you cannot direct snipe people with this, even though it's a lobbable item. It doesn't produce any clouds until it hits the ground, so if you direct snipe someone with it, it'll just ping off their head. You have to place it in front of them. Goofy as hell. Sealock! Lead the shot, brother. So, new Ball Hog. I'm staring directly at Ebe's username, but it doesn't quite have the same effect as locking eyes with someone across a crowded room. Because the missile functionality of Ball Hog was done for a long time before we added self-detonation, and I think self-detonation is, like, some of the goofiest, stupidest sauce we put in this fucking game. Like, if I go... Okay, so, one of the questions I get a lot is there a shot cap? And the answer is not really. So, you know, first person who wants to put a relevant 255 Ball Hog capsule on their map, go for it. And yeah, the overcharge boost does actually scale to the number of shots you use, because I thought it would be too over-centralizing for every Ball Hog use to, like, okay, well, you want to fire 6 shots and then detonate 1. That seemed like it would be behavior that was a little bit too boring and algorithmic. The item that temporarily disables someone's ears. It's true, dude. It's loud as hell. What would the boost look like? Good point. Yes, sir! So I would say that this item is a success. I like to keep everything I can possibly keep uncapped, because it produces shit like that, and it tickles me. It's so fun to find that stuff. So yeah, now instead of being like... The thing about the fan shot along the ground versus the spread shot in the air is that, like, the fan shot along the ground covers a ridiculous amount of space as, like, a complete no-entry zone. So limiting it to a telegraphed area, changing it to, like, a lobbed item, means that it's not dangerous along the travel path for the most part, and so it's still allowed to keep a lot of potency while not being like an item that completely destroys interactions around the player who's holding it. So IMO changed for the better, and then the self-detonation is just like one of the occasionally I get a really strong opinion from Frey during testing. My dearest husband. And one of the most recent opinions that I received was, I literally never want to see Ball Hog ever because I would rather go fast. So, there you go. Sadly, bots can't use it. I believe Jug actually fixed that. Let's see. Debug item, Ball Hog. Bots 13. Players 16 at random. Oh, bot control 1. Oh, did it not get merged? Shit! Did we not get that in? Oh my god. Damn, alright. Next time. Jesus. That sucks, dude. I really wanted to get that in. Fucking... Yeah. I'm so disappointed. Well, that means that there are 2 community MRs that I would really, really like to get in for 2.5. That and the character select anywhere stuff. Alright. Minor disappointment. So, Super Ring. I think this is the one that caused the mappers the most pain, because we just transparently gave players a source of speed where they weren't supposed to have it. Super Ring was already, like, it felt overwhelmingly like the weakest leader item, and I think this change turned it into one of the most beloved. But, like, the ability to give a frontrunner a zip of fucking speed, like, actual thrust... Well, I mean, it forced us to address a lot of problems that were just dancing on the periphery anyway. This was, like, a lot of things that were breakable with Super Ring were breakable with a lot of other items or circumstances as well, and Super Ring just made the breakage really common. So, like, dynamic tripwire threshold, dynamic sonic boom, that's, like, one of the things that just needed to be done here. I think it came out alright, and I think it's a significant change for the better. But man, like, did we ever break the rules, you know? So, missile item downgrade. If I, like, go to test. Where the fuck is this? If I disable snatching and actually exist in my own game. Normally that would, like, knock you away and spin you out. Now it actually applies a no-collide stumble, meaning that you continue moving in the direction that you were moving. Which generally makes it a lot less disruptive to hit this type of item, because you continue moving forward and can pick your speed up. Just another one of those things where it's like, we wanted to move item punishment more into, like, well, the value of items is, like, a little bit more about the amps that you get and the stun that you inflict, and less about, like, long, frustrating loss of control states. Draws are future work, by the way, before anybody asks me about that. So, super speed sneakers, brief invulnerability window. These are just, like, the pace of the game increased, and so sneakers needed to increase along with it. The elemental shields. Bubble looks great now, by the way. How about that shit? Fucking bubble bounce speed. Now dynamically determined by your distance to the leader, so we no longer need to do the, it pops in first place, don't ask why stuff, which it always bugged me that that was a binary breakpoint. Because we're essentially saying, like, okay, well, it's totally fine for you to scam everybody until you get to first, but then once you get to first, the scam's not allowed anymore. It's like, that's just not, like, we like to do those things a little bit more analog. But yeah, bigger bubble trap, more visible bubble trap. Oh shit, I did actually forget to add this to the notes. So the one thing that's not in the notes about Bubble Shield is that the shakeout for Bubble Shield has a speed limit now. Because as you know, if you Bubble Shield yourself, which is only possible in contexts where you have snatching disabled by a debug variable. But if you get bubbled, you can shake out to break out early. I'll like compare here. If you don't do any escape inputs at all, looks like that. And that's what it looks like if you shake out fast. But let's compare what happens if you shake out kind of slow. More or less the same speed. It bugged me that the way to interact with this was to, like, break your hands or your controller or use a macro input. So, like, this is one of those things that I could say is, like, very legitimately, like, this is a weird choice with regards to accessibility in particular. So, Bubble Shield mashing is now less effective if you're doing it faster, which means that, like, as long as you're moving above a certain speed, you'll break out at more or less the same time. And it's more just like, hey, how quickly can you recognize that you are bubbled, than, like, how quickly can you break your controller. Rather than, like, having a fucking auto mash option or whatever, just, like, imposing a speed limit means that it's a little bit less unfriendly. Because I do think I like the input feel of shake stuns. I think a lot of things that suck ass are based, actually. I like Z canceling, and I like shake stuns, and I think pineapple on pizza's based. But, like, leaving that in without creating a really obvious structural incentive for people to macro it or do unhealthy things with their hands was the goal. It also no longer drops as a trap if you use it to boost. The neutral set behavior was originally a bug. I kept it because, like, sometimes you just want to place the trap without, like, worrying about getting thrusted forward really far. But because it was strictly better to set and boost than to just regular set in most situations, figured just, like, not setting the trap is probably a little bit healthier. It's like, rather than thinking of, like, what types of inputs are, like, cool and based versus, like, cringe, I do think of it a little bit more as a spectrum. Where it's like, there are input field considerations where it's like, sometimes fucking rapid and fucked up inputs really do create a feel or, like, mechanical side effects that it's hard to replicate without using that kind of technique. So is it like, is the benefit worth the cost, you know? And I think that's... You think about it in that kind of framing, and I think a lot of people are, like, suddenly a lot more tolerant of stuff like fucking Z-canceling. But that was a really clear case for me, where it's just, like, benefit versus cost, really obvious. Yeah, maybe it's not a surprise, but I also have, like, kind of a bum hand. I kind of, like, messed up my left wrist a little bit playing rhythm games when I was a lot younger. I thought I was being diligent about it, never played through pain or anything, but, like, apparently you can just fucking mess up if you tense too hard. Stay in school, kids. So yeah, a bunch of stuff for Bubble Shield to, like, prevent people from skipping large portions of the track, or, like, traveling at 140% speed through all off-road in first place. Flame Shield, just another speed tune-up, and, like... Flame Shield actually is an interesting one, because Flame Shield, maybe not obvious, actually uses the Super Sliptide handling formula at... Oh, I've got bots here, so I need to fucking... Needs to be in free play. Flame Shield uses the Sliptide dynamic handling curve that gives you faster turning the faster you're moving, which is the opposite of how it normally works, even when you're not Sliptiding. Because it's one of those items where, like, just figured, fucking Sliptiding is already so good with Flame Shield because you're able to fucking store up that vortex. But there's no reason to, like, require it for an item that is historically both very powerful and, like, highly vulnerable to novice players killing themselves with it. Yeah, like that. What was that command to go into free play? I just turned off bots, bot 0. If you need to boot into Match Race from the title screen, -match will make sure that you don't load into a fake GP. So yeah, just some tune-ups for Flame Shield. Lightning Shield now has a charge window that makes you almost completely invulnerable while it's charging, and then zips you forward after the charge and attacks then. And the reason for that is because Mashed Lightning Shield was one of the remaining things in the game that was just incredibly frustrating, unreactable attack territory. So this is another one of those things where we allow, like, every one of the frontrunner items lets you break a rule about how frontrunners are supposed to drive, and you kind of pick the one that you, like, want to break. And that's the one for Lightning Shield. It can actually blow through hazards, allowing you to take routes that you wouldn't normally be able to take. There are relatively few cuts that we gate off with hazards now. I think almost all of them, although not all of them, are gated with tripwires. But it does allow you to take a couple cuts that you wouldn't normally be able to, and that probably won't stay. But in general, it gives it a clearer niche as, like, a defensively strong item, since I think a lot of people would, like... I don't think a lot of people wanted Thunder Shield in, like, a first-place scenario, except Thunder Shield, Lightning Shield, whatever the fuck. I always forget. They didn't want it unless it was to, like, immediately shake a Pursuer with a surprise attack, and because it was, like, an omnidirectional hitbox, it was, like, really difficult to avoid. You kind of just had to, like, play far away from someone in case they had it. And the charge window kind of needed to be fixed timing. We can't allow the player to shorten it, or we get the unreactable attacks back. And we can't allow the player to make it longer, or they're just fucking conditionally invulnerable for an arbitrary amount of time. We chose the one that requires, like... I wanted to pick a window that was... It invited some counterplay, but still felt powerful for the frontrunner to have access to. Another sip of the vodka. Oh yeah, and also, Lightning Shield used to be infinite height, and now it's not. Fucking oops. Because, I don't know if you guys know this, but Doom does not really have a native concept of height. And so normally when doing collisions in 3D space, we have to manually put height checks into stuff. And I think the way that I eventually did it, because I just really didn't feel like handling trigonometry, is that the Lightning Shield check is sort of tetrahedron shaped, or rather than being a bubble, because it still led to situations where, like, you felt like you shouldn't have been hit but were. It's like kind of an angular shape. It's... So we do have render hitbox, which shows you the axis-aligned bounding boxes for every object that uses traditional collision detection. But a lot of items don't. Like, you can see rings don't. Even though, like, springs do, item boxes do, stuff like that. And that's because, like, sometimes collision checks are too expensive on like a CPU time level, and sometimes collision checks break down because the object is too large, because like the space partitioning the Doom engine does not want to deal with something that is that big, and Lightning Shield is one of those. It's just an enormous fucking hitbox. Lightning strikes from the sky, it makes sense. Kinda. Yeah, I like that acronym, AABB. So, Proximity Mine, new visual. Spent a lot of time tuning that with Oni. This really is just 5 paper sprites stacked on top of each other, like, with various transparency levels and additive. I think we did do a... If I set another mine with, like... I remember doing something to this visual and reduce VFX. Yeah, there we go. So there's the reduced VFX version, because otherwise it's kind of flashy. And as it turns out, this item became significantly less powerful when you could see it. I thought it was a really frustrating item before, and now it largely isn't, IMO. I think it's a lot more fun to play around. Does the effect color depend on the mine color? I believe it does. Also, reduced VFX doesn't normally work like that, but in this case, the reduced VFX stuff happened on the initialization of the object. Just a fun visual in general. And yeah, as I note in the patch notes, mines do, at the very start of their activation, they're a little bit bigger. But the visual displays a little bit before the mine is actually active. It gives you a preview of where it's about to arm before it arms. So that's just, another point in favor of, like, okay, by making this possible to see, we made it significantly less powerful. But, like, proximity mines are still good-ass items, IMO. So, shrink lasers and grow time. Okay, I'm gonna be real with you. This is me. I used a max instead of a min. Sorry. They were supposed to scale based on how much grow time you currently had, and they didn't, because I used the wrong function, and we didn't catch it in testing. Whoops! Hardy, har. What was that command to force split screen, unless that's dev build only? For views specifically, set views 4. This is the sort of stuff that I use to test, like, split screen UI. If you actually need real split screen players, you can do split players on the menu. So yeah, fucking grow scaling. I'm not actually sure that it made it into the notes. I should, like, fix that. But grow itself also has a timer fall off that matches the invincibility timer fall off now. So if you stack it with multiple items, you'll get less time. Since, like, 25-second grow is just messed up. Forward landmine is completely fucked up, and I have no idea how we did it. But yeah, now you have a forward item, not lobbed but slid, so it's significantly more dangerous than if it were lobbed, that inflicts tumble, and we gave this to the front runner. I would say front runners have some position security. It does inflict a softer tumble. It uses the invincibility rules, where it inherits less speed and gives you 1 fewer bounce, and you keep your item. But, like, holy fuck, is this thing cooked. The standard of offense raised so dramatically for 2.4. So, Garden Top, You can no longer spin dash, and... funny-ass command. And when you throw it backwards, you fast fall. Although, that looked fucked up. Hold on. Huh. Did we break it? That's like a one-tick fast fall and nothing. Huh. I wonder. But yeah, fucking, Ashnell wanted to do some future work on this by, like, adjusting the, Year 1 problem, maybe. Maybe. Whee! Okay, so... at some point, that stopped working. Nice to know. It's supposed to auto fast fall, and apparently on my machine at this exact moment it doesn't. Ha ha ha. Oh well. Take another sip of apple juice mixed with vodka and forget about it. I'm leaving 2.4 for a bit. Applebot, why the fuck did you do that to someone? Yeah, the intent of that is that just, like, there was a lot of fucking bad skips that let people, like, do Source Engine Spaceflight with it. And an forced fast fall helped with that. But, okay. It's another 20 years of spaceflight. All good, actually. The other thing is that, the timer that you get for it to fall out from under you when you're near the leader no longer resets if you drop out of range. So it's a lot harder to, like, harass someone by hanging out at the edge of the garden top forced dismount range. I just tested it and it still fully fast fell me. I wonder if there's something busted in this version, because this is a development branch. It's not, like, current 2.4. I wanted to do this with the development build to make sure I had access to all the commands and stuff. Who knows, man? Yeah, invincibility, tripwire leniency, the anti-scam decay on grow and invincibility, so if you get close to the leader before we expect, those buffs fall off, and especially front runners using grow and invince from, like, dropped paper items no longer fucking immediately instantly win the race. Garden top and shrink. Exiled from Gear 1. You can no longer receive them unless you've been, like, leading for a significant portion of the race. Garden top is too hard for people who are not good at the game yet. And shrink is a fucked up race disruptor that is, like, difficult to tune even at the best of times. SPB seeks a little bit quicker, actually a lot quicker. And then just chase mode at a farther distance, so it ring locks you earlier and has some time to decelerate. Because if people were really, really far up, the SPB often took a while to get to them. Jaws are a little bit more responsive when you throw them backward. And also, we fixed the thing where, like, in battle, back-thrown Jaws have, like, completely uninitialized speed and do completely fucked up things. Just makes them a little bit more consistent of an option rather than, like, I got rid of this Jaws and then nobody ever saw it ever again. And Eggmark. Fucking... I got a critical fix to bailing under Eggmark in right before... It was Ashnell who actually fucking found the bug, I believe. We're now, in all the release candidates, you could bail to get rid of Eggmark. And now you can. So just be aware of that. Battle mode. I wish I had gotten a screenshot for this. Combat UFO displays on the minimap. The cat was kind of out of the bag for this one because people did custom builds that displayed the location of the next UFO, which was just an unbelievable advantage to have in battle modes, so it was like a very much a forced hand situation. But like, also this is how it should have worked from the beginning, and I kind of just forgot to do it because I was focused on way too many other things. Fixed up people getting unavoidable meatied while picking up power-ups, and also fixed up the exploit where people would grab a power-up that allowed them to attack mid-air and then like fast fall bounce around the map so that the invincibility would never wear off and just rhythm badge people to death. Stupid, goofy shit. Bubble Shield was a big problem in battle, and so now it goes away after one positive interaction, so that people with Bubble Shield are not, like, permanently a gigantic fucking problem that requires very narrow counterplay. But we also fixed the anti-synergy with Mega Barrier, so that it's no longer, like, explicitly bad to body slam people with it while you have Mega Barrier. Fixed up some barrier break stuff. This is just a duplicate of the, this is just a relisting of the insta-whip changes from the, general gameplay section. Longer cooldown windows for whip make whip jousting a lot more legible and make it a little bit easier to predict results. Incentivizes better movement. Incentivizes people, like, moving around the map and collecting items instead of fucking clumping up in the corner of a map and fucking whip fight clubbing to death. And Last Chance no longer allows you to do fucking unlimited Spider-Man stumble climbs up walls, but gives you a single boost of height so that you can escape follow-ups, but you can absolutely be tech chased in that situation. You can absolutely fall on terrible stuff. Let's see. As video. Let me see if I can bring this up real quick. Oh yeah, that'll work. Last Chance goes off, they get popped up into the air. Fast fall early, bounce. Uh-oh! Fucking big-ass reverb fart tech chase interaction. Welcome to the Deathmatch cart game. Holy shit, I've been talking about the patch notes for 3 hours. Okay. Real shit. I gotta, like... Give me 1 second. I'll be back in, like, a minute or two.
Morning glory, kagayaki o heavenly, abise kakeru softly, kie yuku kanashimi. Morning glory, itsu no hi ni mo surely, kimi no soba ni dearly, ai wa aru kara. の日にも surely 君のそばに dearly 愛はあるから
Alcohol is a fucking incredible human invention. Alright. So... Time attack. So I'm gonna be real with you. I was basically single-handedly given time attack balance in version 2.0, and I screwed it up. And we realized it midway through Staff Ghost recording, but had already done way too much work. And so you can blame me for the 1-1 menace. And starting to realize how, like, it went from, like, I think things are pretty balanced to, Chao is probably fucked up on some maps, to, like, Chao is probably fucked up on almost every map. Just, like, stagger the ring box, idiot. But with the changes to award rings and to, like, ring box speed in general, things are a bit healthier. A lot healthier, I would say. An environment where any character can get a world record on any course is impossible. And in general, time attack modes tend to be, like, pretty poorly balanced because the objective is, like, so linear and there are so many fewer things trying to stop you compared to, like, a race environment. But I gave it my best, and I hope I got pretty close. What I wanted to shoot for is an environment where every character can get a world record on some map. I think that's about as close as you can get to, like, capital G, capital B good balance, you know? So, we invalidated all the time attack times, but kept your medals, because it would suck to lose, like, 100,000 medals, because we decided that, like, especially if you were playing a character who wasn't good for all of those, you know? So, time attack ring boxes favor heavyweights now, which is, like, lightweights have better metabolism, they have better boost stacking, which means that in addition to being able to take corners tighter, they're stronger in an environment where you're, like, always under some form of powerful boost. So, increased award rings for heavyweights help them, like, cover that distance a little bit. Since, like, the advantages of being heavy are not quite as relevant. Ring boxes pay out more with every checkpoint you cross. It was just kind of cool to, like, you're playing Chao or another Class A character in, like, a fast time attack map, and you get faster and faster as the run goes on. So rather than having a run where, like, every lap is the same execution, a little bit of an increase in speed per checkpoint means that you're taking slightly different lines with slightly different timing in subsequent laps. Timing starts instantly now. It's no longer, like, cross the line at your leisure and timing starts when you cross the line. The instant you move, timing starts now. And this change, I think, was a little bit divisive. Because it means that, like, there are very, very few contexts you can even build with, like, add-ons now, where it's not optimal to just spin dash start. Position setups are not really relevant in the same way anymore. But I think it's in better keeping with the desires of people who are spending a lot of time in time attack, where, like, some courses would have cool position setups, but, like, most courses you would just do a Rainbow Drift boost. And so standardizing resets to be, like, extremely fast and extremely simple turns out to be better for, like, sessions of looking for good times. Because now, by comparison, right? It's that quick to restart. And it spoiled me. I go to other games and I'm like, why the fuck does it take so long to go for another time attack attempt? Why do I have to hit start, and then hit down, and then hit A, and then hit left, and then hit A? and then wait for a fade, and then wait for intro cam, and then 3, 2, 1, start. And you get First Blood now, which I think First Blood makes initial time attack flow way better, considering you're now start boosting through the line, or spin dashing through the line most of the time. But it makes it very, very fast. It is not quite friendly in the way that it used to be. It is very obviously, like, time attack is hard. It is for people who are interested in, like, controlling their cart with a high degree of fidelity at, like, the fastest speed that the game has to offer. Fixed a really irritating bug with, what the fuck am I talking about? With, if you were using higher than D2 Mendeley, you would sometimes move a little bit when you restarted a course because some of your inputs would carry over. Irritating. And, for people who were super into 2.3's completely fucked up time attack, I will say only that I did not remove it. And because I don't know who's watching the stream or how far along in the game they are, that's all I'm going to say on that matter. Interface! Oh boy! The button display feature is like one of the biggest fucked up technical undertakings that I've tried for this game. Where we already kind of had like a rich text system, right? Where like if I go to the code here, we have the ability to, like, press D-pad plus A to trick, where we, like, put these glyphs into, like, we do a code in brackets, and then it's in VDraw. We've got, like, translation tables that turn these into, special non-ASCII character codes that the string drawer will then, like... Where the fuck is it, actually? It is in VDraw, yeah. It's checking for, like, certain special codes that then become, like... whatever fucking special glyph is needed to represent a control in a string. And so I'm like, okay, surely I can just add a case to the text systems so that it does an extra lookup in between the process of translating, like, press A to trick versus, like, press hex B7 to trick, you know? Surely I can just have it do a lookup on the player's profile controls, and everything will be hunky-dory. And then I spent a month working on it. Very scary stuff. Most of it had to do with, shenanigans related to, like, the precise alignment of text, or, like, the way that a character's width is actually calculated in two separate places, both in the text drawer and in, like, a separate function for calculating string width. And of course we have a bunch of separate fonts. Where, like... here we are. In case of font debugging break glass, I wonder if I can compile this right now and see if, like... if I just check out master... Okay, I'm gonna build, and I'm gonna see if the stream completely falls over, okay? I'm gonna take another sip. You can do it, compiler! I believe in you. Build 386 new files. That comment is amazing. I wish our code bases were this funny. This is, like, not even top 10 most deranged things I have typed in this code base. Shit Garbage Unlimited 2, Rise of My Ass. 5 layers of bullshit per pixel shoving because the patches have different offsets. If you are here to adjust the Ringbox HUD, turn off your computer and go to your local park. Compiling on stream, no problems, good computer. It's Windows 11. Windows 10, I compile and my whole computer's useless the entire time I do it. Windows 11, the CPU scheduler's actually good and gives real-time applications the cycles they need to complete their tasks. Oh, I definitely have the file that I was trying to compile to open. Oops. Warning, stupid legacy time waster ahead. If you are adding or modifying weapon crafts, you must preserve them in G-Player Reborn otherwise they will mysteriously vanish after one race. Hours lost to G-Player Reborn, uncountable. Warning for anyone about to add something to the player struct. G-Player Reborn wants you to suffer. If data on player T needs to persist between rounds or during the join process, modify G-Player Reborn. Fucking fuck. Okay, so we'll quickly jump to test run, develop builds. Test run is right. Welcome to the debugging view. I haven't seen Lua 123 show up anywhere yet, but I'm sure it's just a matter of time. So, if I turn on debug fonts, this is the screen that I stared at for a week, trying to make sure that everything in this row was like correctly aligned and translating to the correct things. Before I even got to like the profile control assignment stuff, just making sure that the fucking graphics drew in the correct position, because there's small and large variants for some but not all of the buttons. And every single fucking font in the game handles character kerning completely differently. 1, 2, 3 is for Lua buttons that we don't bind by default, but we expose to the engine so that if a mod needs extra buttons, it can ask for these. I changed them from Lua ABC to Lua 1, 2, 3 to make sure that they had like consistently different visual language. Yeah. And of course, there is also keyboard support in this. Except, there we go, descriptive input. 1. It's modern. And if you touch your keyboard or you touch your controller, it will change the prompts to whatever device you touched last. And that was a bit of a pain in the ass because, like, the engine has 2 different concepts of control fallbacks here, where it's like, okay, the thing we last touched was a keyboard, but, like, this user doesn't have a bind for X on their keyboard, so let's look for a gamepad bind. And if you don't find a gamepad bind, okay, well maybe this is one of the controls with a hard-coded rescue bind that is always active, where like you can always work the menu with enter and escape, because otherwise it would allow people to soft lock the menus by like doing bad bindings, you know? Did you have to make a manual string for every keyboard key code? So the way it does it is that there's a set of control codes for start drawing the keyboard. Like, while drawing this text, also draw background patches that put it onto a keyboard key. There's just a fucking magic hex character for it. And when you pass a string in that describes a control, it translates it to whatever fucking bullshit sequence of characters is needed to draw that string inside of, like, the boxed drawing mode. And of course I have fucking keyname to short string, and fucking keynum to string, where it's just, oh, look, here's my big list of abbreviated keynames for, situations where, like, L shift is, like, left shift is just too long of a keyname to appear in most dialogue contexts. So we need to, like, LSFT. We'll shorten it to that because we have fat-ass fonts and no screen space. You might be able to bind media keys, I don't know. It might depend on other parts of the fucking system, honestly. There's fuck.diff, by the way, investigating a crash somewhere else. Oh yeah, and button display also allowed me to do a pause menu control reminder for the tutorial, which hopefully will catch some people who are a little bit confused about what does what. We got a lot of buttons in this game, man. It's hard. So, control guide. Cup and level select screens now show more information, but unlock the wards and pickups. Believe that was Toaster who did that. It's a great feature. Shows you information about spray cans and medals and other collectibles, so that you don't have to, like, go in and check every single level individually. Grand Prix Podium shows your difficulty level and which maps you retried. That was me. I think it makes screenshots of the results screen a lot more useful to everyone looking at them. And also helps people connect struggling on certain maps to their point loss. Challenge board stuff, tutorial stuff, just little fixes to, like, okay, well, the challenge board now has some coloring so that people who are going for 101% might be able to more quickly identify, like, is there something that I still need to clear legitimately after, like, chow keying it, you know? Map queue stuff. Toaster worked on this one. Round queue is Toaster's baby. I believe FMM extended it to allow for, like, cup queuing. A lot of just tiny little miscellaneous informational fix-ups here. Like, fucking, I didn't even know that we displayed follower colors in extra info. The on-screen control reminders are basically directly inspired by Crossworlds, where it's like, oh yeah, we can just fucking tell people to hit the button, and, like, it's something that's been on my mind for a while, like, wondering if we can do it or if it's too gaudy, and then seeing Crossworlds just do it explicitly. Because one of the big things about the game that is, like, tricky for people to retain is that if you have no rings and you're in off-road, you want to spin dash out of the off-road instead of trying to drive out. That's, like, why that recovery option is there. But, like, the time in between that being introduced to them in the tutorial and that being required of them can be very long. So providing a reminder in the moment can help some people avoid building bad habits and getting frustrated. And I think it was a little bit too active in the earlier RCs, but hopefully I've pared it down a bit. And same thing for if you get hit and you're recovering from a standstill, or if you have a boost item and you're currently mowing through off-road. Adjusted the display of signposts when players cross the finish line while about to die. This is one of my favorite community changes we have ever been able to accept. And I will not explain why, because if you don't know, I would like you to see it in context. Bottom of screen check warnings appear for players who are significantly farther away. The game got faster. The distances for those were always tuned towards, like, V1 speed. And in reality, sometimes it can be helpful to know when somebody's about to pass you from very, very far away. Same for like a little bit of whip conveyance, although like it's less effective than I thought. This really doesn't matter as much as I hoped it would, but I figured a best effort implementation. Mouse cursor now hidden when the game window is in focus. Eidolon saw a mouse cursor on screen at GDQ and was tweaking about it. And so when this change dropped, it was really, really funny that a whole bunch of people are like, hey, wait, why do you hide the mouse cursor? I like having the mouse cursor on top of my game. Please re-enable spacebar heating. This breaks my workflow. And if you are one of those people, just Alt-Tab or like hit the Windows key or whatever. It doesn't hide the cursor if the Ring Racer's window isn't the active window. Rewind now rewinds 10 seconds backwards instead of 5. Toaster change, it's to make replays a little bit easier to work with. Okay, and actually, wait, what is this doing in the full 2.4 notes? Because that feature was introduced in 2.4. So this doesn't make sense as a note to have from 2.3 to 2.4. Oops. Oh well. Well, previously the only way you could go backwards in a replay was to restart it completely. Rewinding replays is supposed to work, but replay code is extremely buggy and fucked up and hard to maintain. Help us with that, by the way. MR's welcome if you happen to know about any things that break replays. But what we can do is, instead of just completely restarting the replay, there's now a button to warp back 10 seconds, and what it does under the hood, and you're gonna laugh, is restarts the replay, disables rendering, disables the game speed limit, and then plays the replay all the way up to your position minus 10 seconds. And then re-enables rendering and re-enables the speed limit. That means that if your PC sucks, it'll sometimes take a while to rewind replays because it has to play the entire replay again. Sorry, we can't fix it. Chat window will not trigger bound actions on character keys, e.g. it will not take screenshots. The screenshot is bound to the H key. This was a community MR that caused an entire extra RC, basically, but I really appreciate having it. Fucking... One thing I've learned while working on this game is that a sufficiently bad codebase can turn even good programmers into idiots. I have seen, like, people who eclipse me in every way, in terms of, like, knowledge of software design and engineering, and, like, general ability to think in ordered and logical ways, just, like, commit blatantly wrong things all the time. Because the fucking mental burden of working with a codebase that is this old and this badly maintained in, like, the broad strokes is just like, oh, man. We do what we can, you know? Yeah, replays are really fucking bad, man. Replays are hard systems. Strict determinism is, like... I mean, we require it because we're a lockstep game, but, like... Strict determinism from, like, a single known starting point versus strict determinism from any starting point? Yeah, scary. So, fixes to the default button, letting you select the default colors for character and follower. Full cup queues. Single player changes! A lot of this was my territory, a lot of this was worked on by Ashnell on a technical level and designed by Oni. This is the big thing where it was like, we have two options when it comes to like the implementation of EXP. We can leave it as a hidden modifier and just not tell players that driving well early gives them better items later. Or we can, like, actually structure the scoring system around it and replace some slightly dusty systems with, like, the new shiny stuff. And we chose option 2, and that came with some challenges, but I hope we did okay. So Grand Prix, instead of being scored by the old tournament point system, is now scored by EXP. Which means that your performance at each checkpoint is taken into account in terms of your final score, with the final checkpoint of each course counting for extra. Dynamic difficulty goes up less if you're struggling, falls less if you're struggling too. With the idea that, like, the old values were a little bit heavy-handed and ping-ponged people around wildly different difficulty settings if they were, like, not quite capable of rising to the challenge. And this is a little bit more intended to, like, give people a second try with less competing for their attention, but, like, won't necessarily let them through for free. Relaxed. This is a really long fucking fade-out on this track. Relaxed no longer uses a live system. This was me. It was a little bit more of a pain in the ass than I expected to code, but not too bad. This is just like, alright, one of the very last, like, upfront frustrating things for new players who need an easier experience. Just play the game. We will meet your expectations about how kart racers are structured. Just take a break and enjoy the driving model and fucking soak in information at your pace. Happens. Gear 1 speed is also just, like, easier to grasp in general for new players, so I think the new relaxed difficulty is hopefully going to be a way better starting point for people who don't know anything about the game and aren't, like, quite ready to step up to intense immediately. What's up? Hell yeah, smoothies are great. I have vodka mixed with apple juice too, so my life is fucking great. Wes brought me a smoothie! My life is fucking excellent! Yeah, man. So yeah, can I ask for a favor from everybody who's, like, introducing this game to their friends, by the way? Don't rush them. Like, please? Like, this is a hard game with a lot of mechanics, and I think we're gonna do a little bit better introducing the game to new players simply by, like, not presenting a lot of that complexity up front, because you really can just, like, regular drive and do all right in Ring Racers IMO, at least, like, in the single-player portions, which are now, like, tuned to be more forgiving. So, like, just as a favor to me who wants to see this game reach the people who are receptive to what we're, like, who want to pick up what we're putting down, be patient with, like, your friends, and don't push them into fucking places or difficulty levels they're not comfortable with. Not everybody's gonna fucking grasp everything right away, and that's fine. Some people might self-select out, period, because the game is just not what they're looking for, and that's also fine. But I would like this to reach the people who would enjoy it, and for them to have a good experience with it. So, if you got friends you're introducing, be gentle with them, please. Alright, proselytizing over. Now, take a sip of vodka. This is like 10% vodka, 90% apple juice, but it's enough, man. This is my catharsis. I am relaxing today, and I hope everybody can bear with me while I do that, because I have been wound up and working on this shit for a very long time. So, Master Difficulty GP now disables positive EXP modifiers, making human item odds worse. I wanted Master to actually be hard. I wanted Master to be hard for the people who, like, care about the game the most, because Master is an optional difficulty that does not have any unlockables associated with it except for fucking one. And that one is keyable. Because it always frustrated me that bots were so weak that they, getting good at the game beyond a certain level basically removed its single player. So this is an attempt to give the high difficulties a little bit more bite. And it comes with a lot of CPU improvements. And also, if you're ring locked from the SPB, we now spot you 20 points of ring bonus so that you don't randomly lose GP score for doing too well. So, improved CPU racer driving on technical layouts and made them play more fairly on simple layouts. If you talk about Zoned City while I'm going over these changes, I will ban you for 10,000 years. I did my best. That one's a weird outlier, I don't understand it, and there are many reasons I can't patch it right now. I think I did alright on everything else, though. I really hope so. Definitely, I think Grand Prix feel more consistent overall, I think. In prior versions of the game, especially on lower difficulties, whether the bots were able to challenge you at all was often heavily map dependent, and now the idea is to make them more consistently interesting opponents. So, they inflict less knockback and get bumped farther when colliding at high speeds. They, because of the way that CPU speed modification worked, they were getting, some unusual bump strength compared to players that were moving in the same ways. So CPUs have, collision strength modifiers applied to them now so that they behave a little bit more human-like. Slow down slightly on wrong straightaways. They tether to other CPUs at reduced speed. This is one that, CPUs often clumped together really aggressively because they don't drift, which means that they're better than average at, maintaining tethers to each other through turns. Although, I should mention that CPUs also pause their tether while turning, which players don't, for that specific reason. Reduced CPU slope resistance. The way that their base friction was modified made them suspiciously good at climbing inclines. CPUs that drop to low XP rubber band less aggressively. They're meant to fall out of the race a little bit, how human players do, where it's a little bit harder for them to, attack the lead after being behind for a long time. Removed CPU turn confirmation state, speeding up their turn response. CPUs used to have a delay on how quickly they could initiate a turn to prevent them from, visually wiggling around too much, but it made them hard to tune because, sudden turns, they would just randomly beef them for some reason. They'd see the corner of the wrong waypoint, and it would put them at another 4 ticks of fucking turning lockout, and so they would just beef into the wall after, delaying their correct turn for, 9 ticks. So they're a little bit more visually jittery now, but should, drive better. Map complexity no longer affects CPU speed. Map complexity is... I don't know if removing it entirely is the way that we're going to do this forever, but definitely in 2.0 to 2.3, map complexity in some ways was a hack that affected the, it was meant to offset the fact that CPUs drive in, some pretty inhuman ways that are subject to a lot of variance based on the properties of the map layout. And the rest of this set of changes makes them drive more consistently on various layouts, so the system was just causing problems, and it was especially difficult for community mappers because complexity calculations were based on waypoint radius and distances in a lot of situations, so if you didn't waypoint the way that we waypointed, then your maps would be calculated at a higher complexity than they actually were, and bots would be kind of runaway terrorists. Increased CPU grip when taking sharp corners. This is to help them not fall off tough sections. They prioritize the elemental shields less often, because the elemental shields are more balanced now, and because it makes for better single player if you fight against a variety of items rather than your rival basically always having a bubble shield or a lightning shield. Fixed a bug that caused CPUs to fall behind by holding onto items for too long. I don't remember the particulars of how this worked, but I think it was just there was a tricky situation where the timeout for I've been holding this item for too long, get rid of it, wasn't actually ticking if a CPU was able to start an item roulette in certain circumstances. Fixed issues with CPU bonus traction that could cause them to reach unusual speeds on certain maps and adjusted their base speed to compensate. This is basically CPUs have base friction to help them stay on the course, which means that they were previously interacting very strangely with course friction, which caused their speed to fluctuate in ways that player speeds didn't. If you've seen 2.0 CPUs on ice, for instance, this was that behavior. CPUs slightly less effective at using Bubble Shield and Lightning Shield even at level max. They have a little bit of additional error applied to their distance estimations when they're trying to catch you with shields. Improved overtake potential and pack breakaway for CPUs favored to win. Packs of CPU racers are more likely to spread out in all game modes. This is basically CPUs who are in contention for the lead, and especially in Grand Prix. will drive a little bit more consistently and are capable of matching the player's speed a little bit better. I think a lot of the frustrations surrounding the initial implementations of Rivals is like, basically every kart racer has like some kind of rival system under the hood, because if all of the CPUs were of equal strength, then a player who does even slightly better than average would win most Grand Prix, when the usual design intent is that we want you to do well in every race to win. But there was a bit of a, like, there's a tricky optics problem where, like, if one racer is way better than all of the rest, it creates a weird, skewed, view of, like, what's possible for human players versus what's, like, reasonable for the game to impose as challenge. That's sort of paradoxically making the game, like, marginally harder in this way by introducing more CPUs that perform closer to the rival's abilities. Makes the rival feel like less of a bullshit outlier. And, like, obviously, 2.3 versus 2.4 CPU performances are very difficult to sort of cross-reference because CPUs drive so differently in 2.4. But I think the result is that 2.4 CPU races feel a lot more like human races. Like, they don't necessarily drive in the way that humans do, but like the way you have to play around them and overtake and be overtaken by them is more human-like. Fixed an issue that could rarely cause CPU racers to reach impossibly high difficulty on relaxed mode. Have you ever fought a level 254 bot? It is fucking hilarious. They just, like, it's so obviously beyond impossible. It's really funny. Just understand, like, when tuning single-player and racing games, basically, the difficulty is, like, completely arbitrary. We can make the game as hard as we want. It's like, oh, boot into relaxed mode and retry it once, and then suddenly, like, you have fucking Rival Sonic Destroyer of Worlds. Based. Yeah, it was Underflow, you got it in one. Significantly raised requirements to enter a certain encounter for the first time and slightly increased requirements to enter after seeing it once. This one's really simple. We should not show people who are playing the game for the first time the hardest optional challenges in the entire game. I think people with completionist instincts turned into fucking rabid dogs when presented with the information that this content was in the game. And I think it's way better if people, like, if people discover it for the first time after having already proven that they're, like, very capable of performing at the level that they're at. That, like, they're reaching the point where the challenges on offer might start to bore them, is when we introduce, like, hey, there's more to be done. Nuclear Gandhi's fucking old wives' tale shit, by the way. That's just not how that worked. Is tape here? I like that bagging in these encounters is no longer a good strat, by the way. I was debating on how I wanted to kill pause buffer SPB, because I think that's a lame strat to have access to. It's like something that's that consistent and that easy to execute. Feels like it ruins the incentive to actually try to play seriously. Viewers resist the urge to tell your friends about it on their first go. I mean, like, you know your friends better than I know your friends, but just, like, this is our rationale for a general player base, is that, like, there is no reason to tell people about the hardest challenges in the game before they're ready to encounter them. You can no longer lose rank for attempting a certain encounter, but gaining rank in that encounter is significantly more difficult. Again, stuff that players, like, when they see, it changes their relationship to completion, and, like, suddenly their standards for when they're willing to move on from a course become different. So just, like, kind of protecting people from seeing that before they're, like, abundantly ready to start doing, like, super try-hard replay stuff. And also, obviously, it feels bad to, like, try an optional challenge and then, like, fail and then be punished for the attempt, you know? Lowered the speed threshold required to deal damage or pass tripwire in a certain encounter. Fucking super ring bashes are super fun. Short downward incline taps are fun. Change the appearance of a certain foe as damage is inflicted. The capsule now cracks visibly. The only cue before used to be that, the hum that it emits when you're close to it becomes much angrier and more intense at low health, but, obviously easy to miss. First slope in ass! And yeah, reduced carryover damage and disabled carryover damage on Master. A lot of things circumstantially made these encounters a little bit easier. And in particular, if you carried in a lot of lives, full strength carryover damage sometimes made actually escaping with the prize feel a little bit like a formality, IMO. I think it was a little bit of an overcorrection because we were scared of a lot of backlash. And I think the current tuning is a little bit, it respects the integrity of the challenge a little bit more. Online. Fixed an issue preventing players from accessing the server browser after disconnecting from a modded netgame. This was even more broken in development builds than in release builds, by the way, in case you were wondering. But, like, if you crash or sync out or whatever, it should be easier to get back into your favorite modded haunt. In sessions where there are not enough player slots for all the players connected, no contested players will become spectators and be replaced by one of the spectators, controlled by the CVAR shuffle loser and is enabled by default. This is basically, you can run lobbies with small player counts and have a extra buffer of waiting players who rotate in and play, replacing losers. Mainly this is for duel mode. It's possible to run a like rotating queue of players and to do like a winner stays duel setup. I do sort of want to see if I can bolster that in the future and do like something that causes people on win streaks to rotate as well so they don't totally lock down lobbies. You've seen that type of stuff in fighting games. That area of the code is pretty sensitive though, so no promises. No promises for anything, actually. No promises for fucking shit. If you've been waiting for a while after finishing a round, the tally screen will transition to spectator view if there are still players to watch. This takes a while, so I think it's mostly relevant when, like, some people are really behind, but it does give you a little bit of eye candy. Improved compatibility with certain VPN software or strange home networks. When you connect with an unusual IP, you'll connect as a guest instead of crashing. So this is related to RIDs and the concept of persistent identity on servers. For those who haven't heard me talk about this before, I did some cryptography bullshit that was a big pain in the ass and taught me a lot, in order to make sure that people can't impersonate you in net games, that they can't, like, connect as you and, like, tank your Mobiums or whatever. And so, like, also people writing, like, Lua add-ons have the ability to, like, persist some data about you by using a unique identifier that the game is providing for you. So doing this in a trustless environment where any player in the room, including you and also the server, can be bad actors is tricky. It requires some considerations to make sure that people aren't, like, reusing challenge responses or acting as malicious relays to impersonate you on other servers. And basically, VPN incompatibility was as a result of that. So rather than completely locking people out of using, like, VPN software like Radman or Hamachi, it simply disables your identity when you're on that type of setup. So you won't be able to persist any data on the server, you won't, like, have a Mobiums count or whatever, but you'll still be able to play. I was, like, actually extremely surprised by how many people relied on Hamachi and Radman to do this stuff, but I guess, like, CGNAT is, like, way more common than I understood. So I did want to spend a little bit of time to get this one working. Appreciate the patience. So, remove the ability to join in-progress races during the first 20 seconds. Four different programmers tried to figure out why this information wasn't, like, replicating properly in replays and couldn't figure it out, so we just turned it off. I don't know what to tell you, man. Replays are really hard. Significantly improved the speed of file checks in the HTTP downloader, making it easier to join modern games. This is some stuff that we took in from, I believe, both upstream SRB2 and some modded SRB2 cart community builds. It basically just threads the entire thing so that you can use more of your PC resources to download files and check files. Pretty cool stuff, IMO. Fixed server verification failed errors when waiting for a long time to join a full server. This is because Ashnell programmed the fucking waiting to join full server state, and it was never updated for some changes to the join process that involve, like, exchanging the cryptographic secrets that guarantee you are who you say you are. So it would just, like, you join the server normally and you go like, hey, what's the password? Oh, it's Swordfish. Alright, come on in. And, like, compare that to, waiting to join while it's full, where, like, the server asks, what's the password? And your client, which has been waiting to join for 35 minutes, just tries to open the door and doesn't say a word. HTTP source stuff, I want to expose that more in the future, and maybe even try to bundle a fucking HTTP server, but it's scary. The new Mobium's rating system replaces power level. The system is more forgiving at low ratings and less volatile in general. So, power level is zero-sum. If 10 people join a room with 1,000 rating each, the sum of the ratings in that room will never be higher than 10,000, barring, like, players who hit 1 and can't go any lower, and a small exception where players who would normally lose rating will always gain at least 1 rating point if they finish the race first. Because remember that power level, even back in older versions, took into account your lap bonus as well as your final placement to adjust your rating, so it rewarded people who played well in the early sections of the race even if they didn't win. Mobiums are a little bit different than that. Mobiums allow you to gain more than the other player loses, and lose more than the other player gains. The gain and loss rates are primarily determined by the gap between you and your opponent, and how high your rating is in general. So when you get closer to the high end of the scale, the 9999 area, you'll lose a lot for losing and gain very little for winning. And vice versa, when you're very low, you'll gain a lot for winning and lose very little for losing. Which means that it should be a little bit easier to see people calibrate to, like, ratings that reflect their win rate, rather than requiring people to, like, vampire 1,000 points off of, like, new players who come in and lose 4 times and then leave in order to go up in rating. That was pretty fun to design, by the way. I had to do some simulations in, like, a less dogshit programming language to figure out that the ratings were moving around in the way that I wanted them to. Can I get pinged in here? Oh yeah. Okay. Players who disconnect or spectate mid-round will now forfeit some Mobiums previously power level unless they were in the lead. Code existed to do this since, like, 2.0, but didn't work because they spectated before the code ran, and spectators could not have their power level modified. So I just had to fix it up, and then it started working perfectly, basically. I believe 9999 was always there. NetPlay servers can now send add-ons of up to 200 megs by default, and the max send limit can be disabled. People just kept on running into this rake where, like, they would host a really big track pack and then not be able to have people download it through the game itself. The in-game downloader is not very good. It is still kind of buggy and shitty, and we recommend setting an HTTP source if you have the know-how required to do that, but this is like harm reduction. I believe it was Jug who did that. Added a warning when joining games with more than 8 players or hosting a game with a maximum player count of more than 8. Big games are hard to design. I felt a lot less shitty about this when I heard Sakurai just blatantly talk about how fucking Air Riders caps out at 6 players because player counts above that cause problems. And of course I think it's possible to design racing games with large player counts, but I think item racers, I think kart racers are under unusual pressure where, like, the combination of high position mobility and, like, a lot of directly, like, disruptive player-to-player interactions make it hard to tune for low and high player counts at the same time. We have always focused on tuning the experience that we play the most often first, which is usually games of, like, 4 to 10 players. I think 15p and 16p are pretty rough in some spots, especially with, like, major skill gaps, and I would like to encourage people to join and host smaller games where they can. So, but, like, that was always, like, developer hearsay that went around in Discord rooms, but never was actually explained in the game. So, this is the game explanation. Challenges! A new challenge for a new unlockable character has been added. Sounds like trouble's brewing. If I had $1 for every weird little guy that Tape put into this game, I would fucking buy a new keyboard. Like a good keyboard, too. Additional challenges for new unlockable followers have also been added. An additional battle course has been added as a bonus for clearing this tutorial challenge. This is something I actually asked about on kind of a whim. I'm like, hey, does anybody have any interest in doing a fucking battle arena that's, like, specifically intended for 1v1? Wouldn't that be kind of hype? And then Gunla just fucking did it while I wasn't looking, and I felt kind of bad because it was a completely, like, off-the-cuff suggestion with very little respect for what goes into, like, making a map or how long it takes. I'm just like, oh, I think it would be cool. Gunla's fucking neat. Gunla works so fucking hard on map maintenance in the long tail of the RCs, and Mari picked up some of the slack as well. We picked Mari up pretty late into the process. The mappers are going fucking nuts. Thank you to everybody who participated in the big exploit threads during the RC stages, by the way. Helped us catch a lot of stuff. Once you've collected every spray can, all uncollected locations will become KKD medals available for bragging rights. So you don't mysteriously lose the ability to hunt spray cans after you've unlocked all the colors. It would be pretty funny to have, like, 200 plus pallets, but I think that was a less reasonable solution. Just did some calculations for the at-a-glance info on the challenge board. This basically is just to, the 100% emblem didn't show in most contexts, I believe, compared to the 101%. And, it's a little bit it was a little bit harder to tell where the uncompleted challenges on your board were. Now it's a little easier. Pulseman's unlock condition no longer requires being in Grand Prix, but also requires an A rank. This was an extremely RNG-reliant challenge that basically required the bots to cooperate, so needing Grand Prix participation for it was, like, a notable pain point for people. I think it was the most complained about challenge. In addition to its existing unlock condition, Test Run can also now be unlocked by loading an add-on. We figure if you are an add-on developer, you really want access to the test map, so there you go. New alternate music tracks for a bunch of tracks. Added a password to unlock all tutorials. Yeah, one big thing is that the structure of the game has changed a little bit, and that out of the box, You do a subset of the tutorials if you choose Tails' way over Eggman's way. Actually, do we ever say this outright in the fucking notes? I'm not sure we do. But yeah, the tutorial is no longer compulsory. You get a choice after completing initial setup, dialing in your video settings and sound settings and whatnot, where basically you can do a shorter segment of the tutorial, or you can get dropped into the playground map and do a little bit of exploring and fiddling with the controls and exit at your leisure. And then some of the later tutorials will actually unlock and ask you to do them when you are about to do a cup that has a new mechanic in it for the first time. But in case you're a glutton for that good shit, that Eggman writing, there is a password to unlock all tutorials from the get-go. The thing about tutorial structure is that, like, a big problem for teaching tools in all games is retention between when something is taught and when it's next employed. So a lot of the time people would, like, learn something in the tutorial, feeling a little bit overwhelmed and not retaining it super well, and then not see it for a long time, and then not remember what they needed to do when they got there. So making the time from learning to time to recall a little bit shorter, a lot shorter really, should help people with wrapping their heads around stuff like trick panels a little bit. Alright, accessibility and quality of life. What the fuck is this doing in the quality of life section? Added CPU indicators above CPU players. I think name tags just make everybody easier to see, so it's a little bit more sensible to parse single player at a glance. So. Raise the chase camera on flat maps like Mega Cup to improve forward visibility. Flat maps give you very little help in terms of seeing what's in front of you, so we raise the camera a little bit so you can see more road before it like collapses into the horizon. Looking backwards now, adjust the camera's momentum and distance, making the effect instant and hopefully reducing motion sickness. This was a community MR, thank you very much. And it helps. Fucking look back is a nice tool to have in Ring Racers because of the number of ways that you can be interacted with, so making it more comfortable to use, big improvement, IMO. You can now skip through the Sega logo to the disclaimer faster. Another community MR. We really wanted people to see the disclaimer because, like, it is fucking super important that we cover our asses in some regards for that. So we just allow people to skip to the disclaimer a little bit quicker rather than skipping the disclaimer, you know? Votes are now logged to the server host chat, including the name of the calling player. This was just a bad edge case where people could, like, call annoying or abusive votes, and then you wouldn't know who it was as a host, so you wouldn't know who to, like, talk to or ban. So this should allow people to actually take some action against vote abusers. The strict fast fall profile option. This one, I thought it was a little bit difficult to explain in text, so maybe I'll boot the game for this really quickly. Strict fast fall is one of the control options that we try to avoid, generally speaking, because, like, we want the game to control correctly out of the box. But here's the situation, right? No fast fall there. Draw. Input 1. Yeah, it's host only. So basically, when strict fast fall is on, you cannot use the E-brake combo, Excel plus brake, to fast fall. You need to use the spin dash button. And this is so people who are trying to brake drift, but do it a little bit late, don't get a fast fall bounce and cut their momentum in a situation where it would be frustrating. Since there are, like, some unfortunate, like, quick airtime discontinuities in the game, or, like, maybe you're just a little bit late or your delay spikes just a little bit. Mid-air e-braking is pretty cursed, but it's better than the alternative, IMO. So the rewind and replay playback, covered already. Need to clean up that area of the patch notes. When playing alone, you can immediately update the character follower or color on your current profile from the challenge board. Gotta fix that. So there's no, like... There's no marker for that, but if I go to challenges... What if I want it to be Jaws colored? Now you are. What if I wanted this fucking thing? So, game will now remember the last display it was on and restores it on startup. Multi-monitor stuff is so fucking bad. Big-ass block of information about console command and automation tools for fucking navigating to different maps. That's like almost entirely for server operators, but stuff like automate commands or like being able to queue multiple maps for a tournament setting, a little bit easier on you. Level images are displayed again for Discord Rich Presence. This is just a fucking weird thing where we had to self-host the images for it. I don't know shit about Discord Rich Presence. Okay. Almost all of these are Freaky Mutant Man. One of them's Eidolon, I think. Reduce VFX, the option that adjusts and tones down various visuals, and in particular removes a lot of flashing. Now removes a lot more flashing from a lot of different locations. If you or your friends have problems with like visual or sensory overstimulation while playing this game, please like flip that option on and see if it helps you a lot. The artists care a lot about the way the game is displayed, but like, if it's between not looking at it at all and looking at it with looking at a version that has a little bit less flair, and like especially if, okay, I'm required to say that if you have photosensitive epilepsy, please do not trust Reduce VFX as like a guaranteed this game will not be dangerous to you. Please like apply like be safe and use your judgment. But, like, it's intended to help. And we hope that it does. So, big shoutouts to Freaky Mutant Man for helping us out a lot with that and identifying a lot of painful areas that we missed. Also, Reduce VFX Anim Lumps. This is a set of tools that allows both mappers and players to adjust the way that animated textures are displayed if the user has Reduce VFX on. So a lot of, like, animated textures that were, like, reported to cause some problems for photosensitive or, like, players with other, like, sensory problems have been toned down a bit. And, the saturation gamma color profile menu. Oh, fucking. Video paused. Continue watching. Yes, please. Added a menu to modify display saturation, gamma, and color profile on a per color basis. This is a pretty cute one. This is something that started out as a Freaky Mutant Man merge request, I believe, and then like got a little bit of base game artist help as well. Hey, I'm blue and have that weird fucker on me now. Hold on. How do they say? Get this beta shit off of me? Moto Buddy, my beloved! He's just a little guy. So, what the fuck am I here for again? Oh yeah, the color profile menu. That's under video options, right? Yeah. So, this allows you to adjust the display of, like, specific colors, in addition to, like, doing things like hue rotation. So if you have problems with, like, specific, color distinguishing stuff, this screen gives you a couple of, visuals that hopefully can, like, help you dial in settings that are a little bit more comfortable for you. I actually didn't even know we had the functionality to do this, by the way. Fucking challenge me in pink mode. Yeah! So yeah, hopefully that's, like, a little bit more helpful for colorblind folks than the typical, like, Protonopia, like, fist filter type stuff, where it just puts you in the fucking color rotator. This one might need a little bit, like, more deliberate adjustment from you. It doesn't really have, like, straightforward profiles for common types of colorblindness, but hopefully you can find something that's, like, to your liking. Alright, fixes. This is actually so long, I'm gonna take another quick break. I'll be right back. Give it up for hour 4! I've definitely explained these in way more detail than a lot of them need to be explained, but there is seriously so much fucking shit in this update. Really, this is not an explainer where it's like, oh, I'd like people to understand what's in the patch notes so they don't have to read them. It's like, no! Welcome to my nightmare! So, fixed a 1-tick delay in handling response when playing online or using the minimum input delay option. When I realized this, I almost cut my head off. So, we are a lockstep game. We use delay-based netcode, and it causes me great pain every time I mention this, but we do. And, like, while that's frustrating, I think there are worse things than actually knowing what's going on screen. Fucking Kart Racer netcode has historically had that problem where, like, player-to-player interactions completely break down. Where, like, you just can't guarantee that people are gonna get hit by anything. I have never played a delay-based netcode game that feels better. Thank you, that's very kind of you, and part of it is because we do local camera handling. When you steer, it may take however many ticks for that to arrive at the server and then make the round trip to you, but we turn your camera instantly, so that you can understand how far you're turning even if you haven't turned there yet. So it helps you, like, make adjustments. Helps you understand where you're going. Now, those of you who have been to my stream before have probably heard me schizo-post about the turn solver before, which is the component of the game that takes your current controller inputs and the current position of your camera and tries to, like, move your cart in such a way that the results are both consistent with the rules of the handling engine and, like, predictable to you as a player who is suffering from input delay. And the TLDR of this one-tick delay in handling response is that we made your camera prediction, and then we made the command to be sent out that frame, and then we updated the camera variables. So the camera values that were being sent to a server, including the local server that runs when you're playing in single player, were behind by one excuse me, behind by one tick. So your, like, steering inputs would arrive on time, but the angle of your camera, which the game privileges in order to make your steering predictable, would arrive a little bit late. So that's fixed in 2.4, and the game should be one tick more responsive, both out of the box and online. Fixed minor input pacing problems when your network delay was below your minimum input delay. This one's also another simple explanation. Previously, your client would try to send commands late if it thought that your connection to the server was faster than your input delay, your minimum input delay option was. So if you had, like, min delay 3 and your real delay to the server was 1, it would hold commands for 2 ticks. Now it sends them out instantly as soon as it can, with a special flag that asks the server, hey, if this arrives before X time, please put it in queue for X time and don't process it right away. So the server handles your minimum input delay instead of the client, which means that in situations where your connection is a little shaky or you're very, very close to a new delay boundary, the delay that you experience is much more consistent. Fixed mass desync during battle over time. Do I have the Plutonium 9 video? I wonder if this is around here. I think I would have to scroll up too far in DevLeaks to find it. The TLDR is that there was a null state where, like, some other fucking fucked up, like, uninitialized property in, like, the battle overtime objects that was causing them to, basically, the null state for objects had fucking FF animate, which meant that it was advancing RNG trying to determine, like, just big goddamn mess everywhere. I don't even remember the particulars, I just know that an object that had no reason to have behavior had behavior, and that behavior was, like, causing problems. It is not the barrier touch crash, actually. It is something... The barrier touch crash was the fact that drawing the X on the minimap actually crashed the game because that patch had been freed because it was being used in the vote screen for stage striking. Bullshit, terrible reason. This one is just that, like, there were objects that were there were harmless invisible objects, basically, that they were doing things they weren't supposed to. and the game kind of freaked out about it. Fixed many unintuitive slope launches. This is a core physics fix that keeps the player grounded during shallow slope transitions. This is Ashnel's slope math, and I am not afraid to admit that it is entirely above my pay grade. The way that the player movement works in this game at a very fundamental level is just completely the fuck beyond me, because, like, the entire concept of height is not real, and slopes are a big gigantic hack, so, like, I don't know. Fucking can't explain that shit. Fixed slip tides failing to start in certain net game conditions or while turning with light steer. This is a turn solver thing again. Just the turn solver would occasionally get into a state where, like, your camera was slightly behind your steering in a way where your camera wanted you to steer left and your inputs wanted you to steer right. And normally in that situation it listens to your camera because your camera's more correct. But if your inputs are, like, about to start a slip tide, then it suspends that behavior for one tick and listens to your inputs instead of your camera. Because usually your camera will slide over and it's about to correct itself anyway. And if it were to steer with your camera instead of your inputs, then it would break a slip tide that you were legitimately inputting. The turn solver is hard to reason about. Do not worry if you don't understand it every time I mention it. Just remember that the core problem is that when we move the camera on your screen, we don't actually know how far you can steer until we get that information back from the server, because the input you're making might be applied in a very different game state. So, fixed unusual respawn behavior when dying after faulting or while affected by certain map gimmicks. This was, you could get into a bad state where you were considered permanently faulted, and so your loss of control timer that determines how fast your light snake is, because we light snake you faster if bad things happen to you, would always be constantly going up, and so you could repeatedly, like, death pit to skip large portions of courses at light speed. Also, because you were considered faulted, you couldn't, like, interact with certain objects. Bad exploit. Strange egg mark pass behavior when passing to a player already rolling an egg mark roulette. This would basically cause your egg mark to disappear, and now, if you pass to someone who is rolling an egg mark roulette, you will take their roulette and they will take your timer. Just because it seems like something should fucking happen. Fixed invisible shield behavior while obtaining an elemental shield while buffering ring usage. This one was, like, kind of a little-known tricky thing you could do, where if you were holding down the button to buffer ring boost through an item set, or, like, through a capsule that granted you a shield, you would get some of the passive effects of the shield, but the shield itself wouldn't appear on you yet, and you could still use rings to boost. Which was, like, a really dangerous thing to have in the game, because there's, like, obviously supposed to be a fucking opportunity cost associated with holding a shield because they're strong items. Whew, I've been talking fast, man. My fucking mouth is starting to hurt. I also definitely think this tab, like, completely crashed out. Give me my Sacred Defender, please. What is this bullshit? So now, there's a discrepancy between, like, am I holding a shield item versus is my current shield a shield of type X that has been cleaned up so that you can still delay the shield appearance if you want to ring boost a little bit more, but you don't get any shield benefits from it while you're doing it. Fixed turbines and ice cubes cutting certain boosts short. Fixed clouds resetting your drift on contact. Just made these objects less fun to interact with. Simple as. Fixed unusual collision behavior when triggering a boss switch with an inflated bubble shield. The engine actually has a lot of problems that are, like, centered around the fact that it's not really meant to handle collisions between two physical objects when neither one of them will be destroyed or moved away from the collision. So this is a hack specifically for ball switch, and it's really ugly, but it prevents you from getting stuck forever when you make contact with one. Fixed flame shield boost bar length on maps using a non-standard object scale. Under the hood, Ring Racers maps are actually made at a variety of different scales, which means that the way they measure distance between players and objects is dependent on that scale. There is a set of functions that is used to convert from, like, real distance to quote-unquote item distance, or unscaled distance. and that was missing in the case of the Flame Shield, so it was stronger on maps that were in full scale. Stuff like Barren Badlands. Fixed Heavy Magician transforming into the same character as a previous lab. This was just really dumb. Thanks to the community for noticing, because I fucking didn't. Fixed many unwanted wall bonks while wall transferring, like curved quarter pipe set pieces. Basically, while you are wall transferring, you slide along walls instead of bumping into them, which means that stuff like Chaos Shoot behaves a little bit more predictably. So, like, if I go to a bend in Chaos Shoot here... Actually, this is Gear 1, so I'll use a Sneaker. You can see that you're able to travel along the curve. Fix strange high-velocity launches when making contact with the side of a wall spike. Wall spikes are walls. That's basically the substance of that problem, and it required a little bit of shenanigans from Toaster. Fixed unusual race results when respawning or taking fatal damage after crossing the finish line. This was a really nasty one where it would update your position briefly incorrectly. So if your like takeover bot ran into something that killed them, it would set your position to dead last and you would like lose in a GP or something like that. Really fucking bad. So we just prevent players from respawning if they've already finished the race, which is a good enough hack for this. Fixed lingering slip tide and wave dash sounds and taking damage. Simple mistake. Fixed unusual player rotation when attaching to pulleys. They would just like spit you out in random directions and now they don't. Fixed unusual character select behavior with more than 255 colors loaded. Undocumented unintentional limits. Fixed hang and character select with more than 255 followers loaded. Same deal. Modded skin colors corrupting the spray can cache. Oh boy, I don't even remember how that one worked. Netgame desyncs when using dash file with add-ons with custom console variables. The problem with this is that all of the custom console variables need to be listed in the same order, or some of them will have some of them will apply the wrong value to the wrong variable, which causes unrecoverable desyncs. Fixed alignment of status line messages in non-green resolution split screen. That means like this stuff. They were misaligned in this type of a view, and now they're not, and I kind of went insane trying to figure out why, honestly. Fix some demo/replay crashes that could appear when restarting time attack quickly, just nasty order of operations problems, thanks Toaster. Issue with UDMF map parsing that affected certain processor architectures and build configurations was fixed, particularly on ARM processors. This issue led to broken vertex configurations during loading caused by undefined behavior. I don't actually remember the particulars of that, but thank you for the upstream fix, SRB2 people. Let's look at this, actually. Lactozoa, yeah. Huh. Yeah, I don't fucking understand that. Okay. I'm a gameplay programmer. Some things are just like I haven't seen certain sections of the code very much. ACS fixes, don't know anything about those. Various important visuals not displaying or displaying improperly when the player had their gravity flipped in certain levels. Gravity flips are a real big pain in the ass to maintain in the engine. It's not really a first-class supported idea so much as a whole bunch of like manual fucking height offset checks for objects that would be like affected by gravity flip. Believe that was Jugs MR. Appreciate it. Fixed tricks failing instantly when performed under reverse gravity. Fixed an error that prevented all TC color map HUD effects from working in replays. What the fuck? I didn't hear about that. What? Aha. I see. That's funny. Fucking TC Sentinel values. This is entirely the wrong vibe for this stream, so I'm gonna go to the fucking, I'm gonna go to the Plus Tech Arrange album. God damn, Plus Tech is so fucking good at their job. So, let's see. Fixed reversed horizontal inputs and input display for Encore replays. See if you can guess how Encore mode works. If you guessed, flip the screen right to left and reverse your inputs. Ding, 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 you were correct. Which has some difficult problems to solve when you forget about flipping inputs in various contexts. Fix some music credits. Fixed a crash when players are typing in level under OpenGL. This was a transparency clamping issue and also a complete fucking mess to diagnose. Fixed opening profile options during a game, changing your skin and color. That one got me a couple times and I had no idea why. Fixed the minimap dot being green when playing as a character with a different start color. Start color is such a fucking bad feature. I'm sure it's important for modding, but man has it gotten me so many times. Song credits. Fixed a memory leak when joining that games and resyncing. I think Eidolon caught a couple of those. Fixed volume CVARs not being applied during the first wipe after launch, causing all volumes to be at 100% for a brief moment. I definitely got my ears exploded by this a couple times. So. Optimized memory allocation and level loading and level runtime. We got, like, object pooling stuff going on now. ARM64 macOS GitLab CI build. I don't know anything about our build system, but anybody working on that is braver than the Marines. Undefined behavior on non-Apple ARch64 platforms and Node to split player. Hey, that's my function! I remember this! Because it's fucking char instead of a sign type. Whether char is signed or not is implementation dependent, and yep, I sure fucking used char instead of uint8. Ha ha ha. Fixed a misallocation that could result in crashes during SPB pathfinding. A lot of these are just going to be crashes. Maybe I should just, like, scan through these for particularly relevant stuff. But, like, there's so many. Like, fixed legacy GL polygon batching comparison for fade end property. What the fuck are you talking about? First person fixes, which no one asked for, but I will gladly accept. First person is so fucking unmaintained. Off alpha values wrapping around incorrectly. I wonder if they have a fucking visual example. Oh yeah, the gray walls in fucking... Yeah, that's pretty good. Legacy GL kind of sucks shit, but if you're subject to like motion sickness from perspective warping, it might be your best bet, even though it displays a lot of things incorrectly. So the people who are like patching things up, I appreciate you. Spawn Ghost Mode. Fixed poly objects carrying players due to code error. Ha! Huh. That's funny. What the fuck? Why was that there? So let's see. Improve startup times by not hashing core files more than necessary. We used to hash them twice, now we hash them once. Oopsies, eto bue. Physics issues with loops oriented in certain directions. Nobody was gonna debug this, so thank Jug for doing it for us. I don't understand loops at all. But basically, it just so happened that every loop in the game was, like, in the same orientation, and loops in any other orientation didn't fucking work because the math was wrong. So now it should be way easier to use them in community courses. So. Bunch of small menu fixes. Fixed banana dragging, wrapping around and disabling the effect again when held for too long. I can't imagine anybody having the patience to hold a banana that long, but it's a good catch. Fixed triangle dash carrying you upward in reverse gravity. This was my bug. Eto bue. I honestly feel like reverse triangle dash was kind of funny, but it did prevent you from using it in the extremely cool Death Egg engine room area, so had to go. IRC, it was a difference in Q sort between platforms. Yeah, I think that was it, actually. No, wait, that was the loop desync, and then there was this different problem that prevented loops from working in other directions, I think. Fixed ring count and ring debt behaving strangely after using Insta-Whip. This one was pretty bad. Your ring count could go out of sync in certain circumstances if you were collecting fling rings while under the Insta-Whip lockout, and it became more obvious when we increased the lockout timer. Fixed mid-race joins being impossible when bots occupy every player slot. That one's funny as hell. There is still a pretty bad crash where if your server has max players 16 and is entirely populated by bots, anyone trying to join will crash the server. Either way. So if you happen to host with bots, please lower your max players a little bit. I have no idea what's going wrong with that. I'd like to fix it at some point, but too much shit to do. I'd like to fix it at some point. Will I? I don't know. Right now my plan is to, like, eat 2 peanut butter sandwiches and then, like, lie on my couch and think about fucking cute girls. Fixed various circumstances that could cause players to appeal with a null skin, Green Eggman. This is like... so many fucking problems with, like, a player's, basically, name and color is a separate packet from the information that you send when you join the server. So, there were circumstances where name and color was being processed in the wrong order, or received in the wrong order, or received at just, like, wrong timing in general. And it would be completely thrown out, so your skin would never be initialized. Fixed back-thrown jaws, reaching relativistic speeds in battle, traveling the entire length of the map in 1 tick. I actually need to look up what I changed for that, because I think the fix was so dumb that my brain just memory edited it out of existence. Let's see. Oh yeah, there we go. Fix back-thrown battle draws having 0.0001% friction. Because there's a step in the Jaws Thinker that reduces their friction under certain circumstances, but because back-thrown jaws were briefly stationary, their friction was not updating normally. And so when they finally started moving, they had literally the minimum friction that it was possible for an object to have, meaning that any impulse sent them to the fucking moon. So they would just, like, randomly Hand of God people. You would just get hit by something that was completely impossible to see. Fixed a crash that could occur when dropping or back-throwing items that were immediately destroyed. Crushers strike again. Sometimes objects are destroyed in the middle of their creation. Fuck off. Huh, some of these are not applicable to 2.3 to 2.4. Oh well. Yeah, we fixed up item toggles in the online setting. Blur clip and always on top sprites in GL, good shit. Fixed a crash when players left the game while ring boosting. Yeah, this is a fucking 2.3 fix. I gotta go through these, apparently. Blech. Fixed egg mark not affecting players in precisely timed hit lag. This one was really irritating, and I'm not even gonna bother to explain it. Fixed ring box payouts, sometimes forcing it out. It's 200 to 2.4 RC. Fixed various crashes associated with using local-only add-ons like sound replacements during that play. So for people who need to replace the game's entire soundtrack in order to feel comfortable, you will crash slightly less often. Here's the crazy floating point denormal stuff that fucked up voice chat. Followers will no longer phase below floor over floors while driving on them. I can finally see Moto Buddy on Sky Babylon. Yay! Significantly reduce the memory used for certain internal image conversions. This is to do with sprite rotation stuff, by the way. Fixed issues with map voting and dedicated servers that have been running for a long time. I believe that's another Jug fix related to, like... So the Ring Racer's map vote system tries to ensure that it presents you with every level. So, like, once you've played a level, you won't see it again for a long time, because the game wants you to, like, experience a little bit more of the content. But I believe there was some kind of off by one that caused courses that had already been played to leak back into the voting after a while. A lot of these are community MMRs, so I do kind of appreciate them being listed here, but man, what a mess. Huh. Fixed overflows and underflows and item pickups. Nice set of wrapper functions to ensure that we never accidentally set a player's item count to 255 while they don't have an item, which has caused some problems before in both SRB2 card and Ring Racers. Fixed a crash when sending a long chat message. I know this one. There was a fucking bad, the size of the buffer was off by one, so there would be no null terminator. Whoops. Esto bue. Fixed losing lives in Grand Prix when finishing a race with minus 20 rings. This existed in 2.3, but basically never happened. With Bale, it can happen a lot, and it's very funny. So that was a good catch. I feel that was Breaking Good Man. Couple character touch-ups, tire shine. Course changes. I don't even know if I'm going to go over this. Like, this is where the scroll bar is. Gunla did a fantastic job of fucking documenting and organizing these, but most of them mean very little in isolation. So instead I'll talk about, like, basically, these come in a couple different varieties. Some of them were exploit mitigation, some of them were like reworking layouts to be a little bit more friendly, but most of them were just making sure that sections where players have no reason to be somewhere, they can't get there, closing off the game a little bit more so that people don't like lose significant amounts of progress or end up in locations that completely suck ass. Bouncing tripwire gif. The big headliners is the 3 courses that got complete layout replacements. Chaos Shoot I already showed off. Mega Aqua Lake no longer has the cycle water and is instead like a little bit more straightforward of a flat water ski map. Oh god. I blame the vodka and apple juice. Actually, I blame Geeing in Gear 1. I feel like I mostly play this course in Time Attack. So Mega Aqua Lake, new layout, and
Sky Baby. Sky Babylon got widened a lot and is like generally a lot better suited to the current speed of ring racers. Little three-way path split here. Crumble floor. I think it plays, like, considerably better at, like, the game's modern speeds than the old layout. Big shout-outs to MK for that one. Enlarged Sonic Speedway, Scarlet Gardens, Kodachrome Void, and Chemical Facility. All of those maps could probably have used it, Kodachrome especially. And Deadline is, like, fucking unmaintained as shit, so we got... Did I do a good ghost for Hot Crater? I think we had to re-record so many times that I eventually just, like, fucking gave up trying to hit the line. Because I had a great run, and then, like, we had to resculpt it. Actually, I think we reverted those changes, right? I think I do actually hit a decent ghost here. Do something! Okay, cool. Why the fuck did I do that? Was I answering somebody on Discord? I happen to think this was a pretty good run. Probably there's like a literal better route that I could have taken, but like, I think this makes for an alright showcase. The trickiest part of this is that, like, loops reward speed storage a lot, so on Gear 3 you can hold the voltage to the loop and get this completely ridiculous, impossible-to-time fastfall that bounces up onto the slope. Yeah, I think there's probably time to be gained there because I missed the pulls there, but, you know. Hey, Barkley, I got a music suggestion for you for this map. Yeah, this was a time I think I can be pretty proud of. Obviously, I don't have the ability to grind every map that I was assigned forever. Although I do think I put up a fucking fight on Test Track. Yeah, I didn't, like, quite hit the right sequence there. But I think it still makes for a good showcase. Got a new map. A bunch of maps got lap count raised because the game is, like, a little bit faster and they were already on the short side. Death Egg changed to 3 laps. It is the exact same. Just a bunch of the laps are replaced with checkpoint markers. Aha. I think a lot of people got confused reading that one. So, like this, huh? Just a lot of fucking fixes. New shortcuts in Sonic Speedway, Opulence, Azure Lake, Balloon Park, Robotnik Winter, and Kodachrome Void. Courses without tripwire shortcuts tend to, like, suffer a little bit in the current design of the game because it's, like, a little bit harder to make progress. So giving players with tripwire access a way to actually take shorter paths has, like, become a little bit more important in course design. Final shortcut disables on final lap. Fucking Robotnik Coaster finally actually playable online. Yay. A bunch of fucking internal waypointing shenanigans make spots play a little bit better. Phantom Cup, Blue Spheres give rings. And the spike balls are bigger because fucking Lamau, I guess. So yeah, there's a lot of specific course changes here, but most of them follow the fucking template of like reducing your ability to go places where you shouldn't, retuning like capsule placements or ring placements, mostly adding rings, or like fixing shit like unpeg textures. Modding. Not too much here that's like super straightforwardly worth talking about here. Mod info is like, if you're making new add-ons, please check the wiki about mod info, because like tagging your mod with like your author information and a supported version helps us apply backwards compatibility fixes where they're possible, and that information might also be displayed in some other ways in future versions of the game, so like to help with add-on attribution so people actually know where the content they're playing comes from. Custom courses get KKD medals, so your spray cans can fucking do something. Bunch of new Lua exposures. vParse text is one of the ones that I worked on, where add-on authors will now be able to display control prompt strings like we do, where like the actual control names are replaced. Lua A, B, and C have been renamed to Lua 1, 2, and 3. I need to fix that escaping. That's kind of funny. A whole fucking bunch of things. Flipwrecked helps a lot for Lua, I imagine. Split screen busted, and now it's not, so you can actually probably do decent split screen HUD. Exposed several music functions. Those were completely missing until this version of the game. So Lua did not have a straightforward way to actually play music. Fixed some terrain undefined behavior, so you should be able to use custom terrain without problems now. Couple copy-paste fixes. Some damage cheats for testing damage types in modded contexts, or like just trying to see if you can tumble yourself over a wall or something. So like just saves a lot of trouble if you can like tumble. Spin out. Explode, etc. Restored player message Lua hook. I forgot that when I refactored chat to go through the server instead of getting directly passed to players, I completely broke that hook. Thank you to somebody for fixing it. Somebody, who is it? Of course it was fucking Jug. Of course. Fixed some HUD toggles. Added a Lua hook for Grand Prix rank point calculation. So if you want to use a custom scoring function when queuing maps for a like competition play or something, this is probably the place you would use to do it. Exposed a lot of item roulette stuff. I'm sorry this doesn't have documentation, but I had to fuck up the MR in order to get it into 2.4 because the roulette interface changed very dramatically, but you can now directly modify the items that players receive from item boxes in casino and ring boxes. Exposed many gameplay helpers. The reason I'm not going into detail on some of these is because there's just too much shit. Exposed bot controllers, bot vars, various bot functions. Player uses bot movement. You can hook stuff to bot joins. Increase the skin limit to 1,024 characters. Increase the sprite preset limit to 2,048. Respawns and waypoints to Lua. Baked sprite offsets, allowing sprites to be displaced in world coordinates rather than relative to billboard facing angle. That's interesting. Okay, this is a really fucking based demo video, by the way. Yeah, for attachment visuals, like fucking sprite parts and stuff. That's good. There's so much stuff going into this game sometimes that it's hard for any individual person to keep track of all of it. This could never be done without a team, I think. Whew. So you can do, bonus levels that are both battle and race compatible in Grand Prix. God damn, we just fucking... Hopefully it's a lot easier to write Lua, god damn. High Voltage Ring version 3.1. Anchor slopes now render in visual mode. Holy fuck. I don't know shit about the mapping format or the mapping process, but that one seems real important, man. New implementation of triangulate sectors as a direct builder function. Development. You can build with Clang. In the future, we will be building with Clang. If you don't know what this means, don't worry about it. It's fine, kitten. And of course, all of these fucking fine people helped us get this through, along with a whole bunch of fucking people who were involved in the RC process and provided design feedback or reported bugs on GitLab or just happened to seed late-night netplay servers so people could get some more games in. Fucking cannot believe this shit actually came out. It is still kind of like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do now other than like try really hard not to think about all the other things that I still want to fix. Ha ha! And dev listed twice. Ha! You tricked me! Yeah, we had, I don't know if you noticed, but we had some patch notes to go over. Just like some amount of them. You have the thing in the package to think about now. I don't understand how to use illegal software, please help! The thing in the package was not illegal software. Yeah, a few. Hold on, if I just like Control-A, Control-C this, online word count. $16,912 words. Honestly, it's a wonder that any of them are correct. It's so base, dude. So we didn't put out a trailer for this one just yet, because a lot of the people required to put together a trailer are, like, traveling or otherwise, like, busy with some stuff. I kind of do not want to let this go particularly underground, so I would at least like to hype it up a little bit and put something out in the future, but that is a problem for later Tyron, because current Tyron really needs a fucking peanut butter sandwich and the longest nap ever. I didn't even finish my vodka! And apple juice. I got a big plastic cup of the fucking potion and I barely made it through half of it. All that responsibility. I mean, we gotta make another commercial, right? What the fuck am I doing this for if I don't get to, like, show off another goofy VHS shader? Patch notes so good it makes you forget to drink. Oh my god, I just fucking bit my tongue thinking about that. And yeah, of course, fucking... You can tab into Graphics Lua Misk on the Kart Crew Discord and find a motherfucker making Tetris the Grandmaster over there. Do I bring the fluffy house slippers? I would, it's bare concrete around here. Also, our house detected that we were about to have company and, like, the heating may have broken. We'll figure it out, it's fine. So, like, I definitely did talk about the patch notes for 5 hours, and my plan before starting the stream was to, like, talk about the patch notes and then play some. But, like, more than anything in particular, I think I want to just put this down for a bit. I got to talk about something that I greatly enjoyed working on, even if it caused me incredible stress for 5 hours. And, like, let me be real with you for a second. I have probably played more hours of Ring Racers than anyone alive. Although comparatively little of it was spent, like, racing versus, like, driving around in a test level making sure that shit works correctly. I have deleted multiple thousand win profiles during the fucking InDev to 2.0 cycle alone. Good night, Orbshitter. That's me, I'm Orbshitter. This is my theme song. I think as much as I feel like my perspective on this sort of thing is that my work will never be done, because, like, it is very hard to operate entirely in a player mindset in a game that asks so much of the player. Like, I'm sure everybody who's played a competition game can empathize with this, like, fucking, wow, I love Uni 2. Uni 2 is one of my favorite fighting games ever. Uni 2 is so fucking frustrating, it makes me want to die. If I ever see Carmine again, I'm gonna drive off a bridge. I love Uni 2. I love this game so much. Where, like, these games that ask a lot of the player and make it clear that the player is capable of that, even if you in particular don't happen to be capable of it at that moment, inspire a really wide range of emotions that play very strangely with the developer instinct to go like, huh, I'm having a difficult or frustrating time right now. Is this a problem with the game? Oh no! That's a challenging place to be at. A lot of the time, like, I joke about, like, Target nerfing the game because of L-Dog a couple times, but and then there's, like, that's true and not true at the same time, right? Because especially if you're concerned with, like, what happens at the apex of competition, sometimes encountering strategies that you haven't seen, like, successfully executed before can, like, put you in a weird position about what you believe should and should not represent high-level play, what should and should not be focused or possible. And so I think realistically I'm probably never going to be away from the feeling of, like, feeling really challenged against, like, really strong players. As I should. I should fucking hope that people can be better than me at this game, considering they don't have to make it, they just get to play it. And going like, huh, is what's happening to me, like, reflective of a healthy game right now? Is that judgment for me to make alone? It's weird, you know? I think, like, even if you haven't been in that position yourself, I think probably it makes some sense to you, right? Bail during position should give you access to whip. Ban that guy for 10,000 years. Lock that guy in the center of the sun. So yeah, I think that's kind of all I've got to say for today, you know? I went over this not so much in, like, the way of, like, hey, let's talk about all the new features and how they impact the game, because, like, I provide explanations for how they impact the game in these notes, I think, and you should maybe read them if you're interested in them, or maybe you're not, and in which case you shouldn't. More like, I wanted to go over the process a little bit more than the final result, how we got... Excuse me. Am I actually hiccuping? That's really funny. I thought that was like cartoon shit. Wanted to go over the process of getting here more than the final result, where, like, our development often, like, starts by striking out in a very strange direction and then refining what we find while we're going there. I think there are a lot of ways where we could have gone in a different direction with this type of patch and, like, softened the game and, like, made it more obviously palatable to a general audience. We definitely have the means to do that, I think, and it's pretty obvious to understand what people want based on, like, their expectations from other kart racers and other item racers. Does anybody use that term, item racers? I feel like it's a little bit more comprehensive than kart racers because it kind of covers some similar design problems that come up in games like Wipeout. But, like, broad appeal was not so much the goal, so much as, like, let's reach everyone who can be reached. I think we built something pretty neat that doesn't exist in the rest of the space, IMO. And a lot of the changes in terms of streamlining and clarity and, like, smoothing down rough edges are less intended to, like, strip the game of its personality, whether that's, like, bitey friction or, like, cool fucking high-octane looking nightmare moments, but more to make sure that all of the people who, like, are in the target audience, who can pick up what we're putting down, get the chance to do so before getting filtered out for some auxiliary reason, some aspect of structure or presentation or pacing that we can control without, like, making the game less itself. And hopefully that comes through. And for those of you who fuck with that, I really hope you enjoy. It would really suck if I worked on this for a year and it sucked, right? But I trust my heart on this one, I think. My moment-to-moment gameplay experience is kind of a North Star for this one. I think that working on this has given me a lot of time to develop my own tastes and figure out, like, what works and what doesn't from the perspective of, like, pushing the buttons in my own head. And it seems like the existing iterations of Ring Racers have managed to reach a lot of people with the same kind of fucking brain goblins. And now I sort of just wonder how many of you there are, right? So I do hope you enjoy. Take a long sip. And if you have friends who were a hard sell before, I hope it's an easier sell this time. I don't think that'll always be the case, but hopefully it's easier for you to easier for you to reach them this time around. And most of all, I hope you can fucking get some good online games. As a favor to me, don't, like, shove this game into conversations about other games, though. Like, unless you're certain you know what's going on, Don't go into like, Crossworlds is so frustrating posts and be like, have you tried Dr. Robotnik's Ring Racers? Like, do that if you know exactly the environment you're walking into, but it would personally take some stress off my shoulders if we weren't, like, a direct comparison point to a lot of other games who, like, games that we superficially resemble but have very, very different generating philosophies. Because I think, if I have learned a single thing that I didn't know at the outset of this project, it's that managing a player's expectations is, like, extremely important, and that the most negative reactions come from when people expect one thing and receive another. And we played a very funny prank in that regard by making a game that looks like Mario Kart, but is actually meth. I think that was just like, that was always going to be a mismatch of expectations that we had to confront in some way or another. So yes, what I'm saying is make terrible bait threads on V as often as possible, and misrepresent my opinions specifically as loudly and as often as you can. Thank you very much, that'd be a big favor to me. I cannot stress enough, I like Crossworlds. I'm having fun even if I think that game is for clowns. It's me, I'm the clown. I got a little fucking red rubber nose. And I got all the face paint. And I have finished my vodka. Which means that I need to drink a lot of water or I'm going to suffer tomorrow. So, thank you all for being cool. 2.4 represents, like, a pretty significant portion of my life. I could link my GitHub commit history again, where it's just basically a gigantic fucking grid of bright blue squares. I think, like, I can count the days where I have had access to the internet and didn't open this game to make at least one change on, like, one hand over the last year. It has been sort of obsessive for me. And hopefully whatever form it takes, that comes through, and you can find some fun with it. I am now definitely rambling if I wasn't already before, so I'm gonna finish off this big-ass water jug, then get myself some rest. Y'all take care of yourselves. Seed some low population net game servers. Post dog shit clips of getting tumbled into places you're not supposed to be. Crash the game, as I'm sure many of you will, and then post it on the GitLab instead of directly into my DMs if possible. Be well, have fun. Good night. Race car takes flight and jumps a fence.